stealing bread from the mouths of decadence. Like Chris and Eddie, if you're ready, time for checking in. The war and famine preceding the pestilence don't need to happen, so ladies and gentlemen, peep the valedictory speech for the board of trustees and the kids on these streets. Since the days of we three, we keep it deep in these beats, like seaweed, deep like the Marianas Trench. The 92 Dream Team's bitch, serving like a winch on the track for rent. So intense it'll make your body clench. Warlock rock, excel with spells, like a document of Excel cells that chart the info that my intel tells. Ain't no limits when we put it all together. We be getting through it all, no matter what the weather. We be looking good, they be looking like whatever. Long as we got us, we can make it to forever. Come on, up high, do or die, forever without fists in the sky. Up high, do or die, forever without fists in the sky.
One slot, one spill, one shot, one kill. Open eyes to the true world with the one pill. Come chill, the one crew with the one feel. Dope rhymes with the dope beats, it's a done deal. For real, I'm in my bag and I'm on one. Toe tagging everything in sight up in my zone, son. And I've been in it for a minute for the long run. Catalog chock full of bangers, it's a strong one. Squad been certified by the fam. 10 times on 100, keeping it a grand. Up against the double G, flashlight double D. Man shout over any beat put in front of me. You know we coming with that 5 cent and running. Told them everything you wanna try, we done done it. Try to rock the stage after us, they don't want it. Sign, seal, deliver with a stamp up on it. No limits when we put it all together. We be getting through it all, no matter what the weather. We be looking good, they be looking like whatever. Long as we got us, we can make it to forever. Up high, do or die, forever without fists in the sky.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. In the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everybody. How we all doing? Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Mountain Eucalyptus. Hello, Tales from the Grim. Hello, Clueless. Hello, Rain Beast. Hello, Koopa Shell. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Jackie21449. Hello, Big Jerry. Hello, Catabingo Rising Revengeance. Hello, Megan H. Hello, Invincible Spoon Man. Hello, Lizabeth. Hello, Sage. Hello, KRD. Hello, Morpheo. Hello, Spancomcat. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Burning Sock. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Uwooer. Hello, Immobilizer. Hello, Ethan Johnson. Hello, Zisu Sultanfuss. Hello, Sonia Sluss. Hello, Noxy Poxy. Hello, Mrs. Hello, Stygian Skunk. Hello! Hi, everybody. Hey, whoa, hi, what's up? Hello, the Rust Bard. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, Kiva and Defer. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, The Flesh Lives. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Mixed Dizzy. Hello, Dreaming of Kadath. Hello, Unicorn Company. Hello, Nessie the Bessie. Hello, Abyssal Liz. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Kim Jong Samantha. Hello, Canabob Rex. Hello, it's Tippy. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Kim Jong Samantha. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. First stream I've joined in a hot minute. We welcome you back. Hello, One-Eyed Deacon. Hello, Coder Joe. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Matt at the Yahoo. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Rain. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jeff. Or Jefe. HZ. Hello, Pat Shannon. Hello, Kanamiku in the Alpha. Hello, Mochi Ndu. Hello, One-Eyed Atheist. Hello, everybody. Hello, Pup Merlin Wrecker. Hello, Universal Public Fiend. Hello. Ooh, got like a little something in my eye. It'll be fine.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. What a birthday present. Bondi's now Bondi.
Well, KRD, thank you for the £5. I appreciate it. And thank you for being the first person to financially support stream. Very much appreciated. And yes, indeed, ding dong, Bondi's gone. Gone. Hello, Maghar. Hello, Ari Boy. Hello, the vegan Rancor. Hello, Celine Fleur. Hello, Sonnet. Whew. Hello, Forlorn79. I would like to lose £5. Hey, you and me both. Hello. You too can DSA stuff while watching Jack. It's true. Hello, Talia Button. Been taking college yoga classes, supposedly making you more flexible, but now I'm left with upper back / shoulder aching and pain. That will get better. You will get more flexible. Hello, Ken's sister Sue. Trump is spinning around the toilet bowl. I mean, it's genuinely impressive. Okay. Shall we? Yo, you couldn't start the stream without me noticing this time. I know. Hello, Uncle Gumbald. Hello, Vaughn 400. Hello. Whew. Hello, J-Man North Country. Hello, Nikki Claire. Hello, folks. If you could be so kind, just remember at the beginning of stream to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider supporting the stream because you guys make this show possible. And we got a little song for you guys. Here you go. Go. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Hello, Spherical Man. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. 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 Click Hell yeah. All right, folks. So we got through all of the existing episodes of Elixir last night, and before I got too tired to continue. We're gonna go until I get too tired, okay? And tonight we got a lot of ground to cover, so we're just gonna jump right into it. But do support the stream however you feel comfortable doing, and let's get into it, shall we? Boink. So, folks, I wanted to talk to you guys today about something really exciting, specifically campaign finance reform. Now, I know those three words put together may have lost like 75% of you, but please bear with me, okay? Please bear with me. It's very important. It's basically with campaign finance reform, it's the thing that can save us from essentially having our political system bought and paid for by oligarchs. We can reform the way political campaigns are financed and stop the wholesale selling of our elections. It's the way we get money out of politics, okay? And last year, I was really, really excited to see a story coming out of Montana, okay? This is, well, that's not Montana. That's also not Montana. This is Montana. There we go. Nailed it. This article I went over with you guys, right? Now, this article, leaders kick off movement to stop corporations from spending on political campaigns. Basically, there's a political movement in Montana to put essentially a ballot initiative to the voters to amend the state constitution to prevent companies that want to do business in the state of Montana from being able to donate to PACs or super PACs or to campaigns. Okay? This is effectively a backdoor way to end Citizens United using the authority of each individual state. And if this is successful, it would represent a path forward for not just Montana, but every state in the country. This was really, really exciting to see. And we haven't heard a whole lot about it for quite some time. However, yesterday, a really important milestone in the effort to put this on the ballot was crossed, which is essentially the Montana Supreme Court. There were legal challenges to putting this on the ballot to the voters in Montana. And the Montana Supreme Court said, "No, there's nothing unconstitutional about putting this on the ballot, actually. This is totally legit. Put it on the ballot. Give it to the voters." And this is really cool, because what it means is that the organizers of this campaign have the ability to continue getting signatures to put this measure on the ballot, which means people of Montana, get going. Take this and run with it. Get enough signatures to put this on the ballot and kick money out of politics. And I gotta be honest with you, even if this particular time is not successful, it honestly sets the stage for future attempts as well. This is great. Excellent question, Nessie the Bessie. Will it not run into issue because corpos being people? No, because states have the ability to essentially manage commerce in their state. Manage what entities can do business. So essentially, if you are a corporation and you want to do business in Montana, Montana has the right to be able to regulate your financial activities. And in this sense, it is not, in fact, free speech that is being regulated. It is the ability of these companies to do business. You know, it's very, very interesting. Very interesting way to get around the Citizens United decision, right? And I for one am just really excited about this. It was a unanimous decision too, by the way. The court said reviewing the constitutionality of an initiative is disfavored because Montanans have the right to go through the initiative process. And let's see here. The statutory initiative, dubbed the Montana Plan, would create a new Montana law to prohibit corporations known in law as artificial persons. God, that makes me want to vomit. From spending money on political candidates or ballot issues. The Montana Plan is a direct challenge to the Federal Citizens United ruling. Yes. A group of corporations and industry groups comprising the Montana Mining Association, the Montana Chamber of Commerce, Montana Stock Growers Association, Montana Petroleum Association, Montana Trucking Association, Montana Contractors Association, Treasure State Resource Association, and Billings and Kalispell, respective chambers of commerce, filed a lawsuit with the state Supreme Court arguing the initiative is unconstitutional. So, yeah. Montana Attorney General Austin Knudsen had already performed a procedural review of the initiative and found it legally sufficient. So, yeah, basically, it seems like all of the mechanisms in the government of Montana are basically saying, nah, this is cleared to go through, and all of the corporate power in Montana is in lockstep to try and defeat this thing. But whether or not they are actually in lockstep to stop this, it's worth noting people in Montana seem to be pretty excited about ending the ability of corporations to dictate whether or not they have rights. You know? It's pretty cool. Let's see here. In a statement, Jeff Mangan of the Transparent Election Initiative expressed gratitude for the Supreme Court's swift and unanimous decision, which reaffirms the right of Montanans to participate in the initiative process and have their voices heard. Our focus can now return to what this effort has always been about, collecting signatures from Libby to Sydney and continuing to build a grassroots movement led by everyday Montanans. The Montana Plan is about giving people a real voice in their elections, not allowing big money to drown that voice out, and we're proud to keep that work moving forward. And honestly, like this, I mean, it's pretty great. According to the National YouGov survey from last fall, 79 of respondents, including 74% of Republicans and 84% of Democrats, agree that large independent expenditures by wealthy donors and corporations in elections give rise to corruption or the appearance of corruption. Basically, guys, this is it. This is like, if you've been waiting for there to be a chance in this country to remove the corrupting influence of big business from politics, the corrupting influence of oligarchs from big business, from politics, this is it. This is the thing. Okay? And it is worth noting that they might have all the money in the world to try and throw at this, but people hate Citizens United. Actual people, not artificial persons, actual human people hate Citizens United. They hate, like, unlimited money being poured into elections, okay? And that includes Republicans. Republicans hate this too. And so, all I gotta say here is we're on the precipice of something really cool coming out of Montana. And I, for one, am looking forward to it, okay? Also, worth noting, it's not the first time Montana has led the way in limiting corporate influence in elections, harkening back to the state's Copper Kings era, where a bribery scandal led to William Andrews Clark being elected to the U.S. Senate. Montana has been wary of outsized corporate influence in politics and banned corporate spending in elections back in 1912. And honestly, that kind of tradition and spirit needs to be channeled in every corner of the United States. Okay? Every single corner of the United States. Hats off to folks in Montana who are taking it upon themselves to fight this good fight for all of us. Because if they can succeed there, we can succeed anywhere. Okay? We can succeed anywhere. And this is likely not going to be something that is going to be widespread by 2028, but looking past 2028, 2032, maybe we can have coordinated across the country to an extent that allows us to purge every corner of this country from the influence of billion-dollar corporate spending on elections. And I think that would be a net benefit to every single man, woman, and child in this country. Okay? So, all that being said, I just needed to let you guys know about this right from the get-go, because this was really, really exciting to see. And I hope you're excited about it too. And if you are wanting to start working on this right now, there's no better way to do it than by getting organized in your local city, town, etc. Like, you can get pre-organized to do something like this. There's nothing stopping you from trying to put this into place in, New York or Minnesota or any other kind of state out there. Like, you can get together with people in your local area and start putting the framework for this fight together in your neck of the woods. All right? So join your local Dems, kick out those corporate-backed weasels who have sold us all out, those centrists. And also, folks, get involved with your local DSA. Get working people together, and there is nothing that can stop us. All right? We should not be settling and just complicit and complacent with the fact that there are people who are just openly taking bribes in our government. It's not right. It destroys your right to have agency in your government. And honestly, it's time for us to stop being okay with this. All right? So if you are interested in getting involved, but you don't know where to start, you can join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, and folks, if you don't want to join Discord, come on over to riverboat.gg, pepper them with questions over in the live chat, because they are usually over there, one or the other, or both of them. So don't let anything stop you. We can help you. We want to be the vehicle to bring you on board with a political revolution in this country to make things, not shit. It doesn't have to be like this. So, all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help videos do better in the algorithm. And also, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out. It is non-tucking lingerie that is sexy, elegant, and it will fit. Check it out. I'm wearing it right now. It's so goddamn comfortable. And go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. There we go, folks. Yo, trans? What? Nailed it? Hell yeah. Also, folks, remember to like the stream and also consider dropping those subs and donos, folks. Hello, we're no surname. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button. Spancom cat, yes. Click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button. Hell yeah. Wish I could get active, but I cannot. So I support people who are able to be work, and taking care of somebody occupies nearly all my time. It makes sense, Ultimate Wombat. Not everyone can contribute the way they would ideally like to, but contributing how you can, that's how we all get by, and that is how ultimately we win. Also, I feel like I need to be mean today. I feel like I need to be mean today. All right, folks. If we do not hit 200 subs today, I'm gonna react to some CPAC comedy. Because you see, I found Rob Schneider's comedy set. And we'll dive into that. So there you have it. If we are not done, if we do not hit 200 subs by the time I finish my AI segment, okay? We're gonna be diving into some Rob Schneider comedy. Oh no! Look, sometimes you guys get the carrot, other times you get the stick. All right. Who is he? He's honestly he's a washed up comedy actor. Rob Schneider, the carrot? No, he's the stick. It's me. I'm being mean. It's stick. Jack, is Trump getting the 25th treatment soon? No. Damn, we're being blackmailed. You are being blackmailed. However, I also have something that's fairly funny. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things are going. Was he from Grown Ups? I don't think he was in Grown Ups. What was his last movie? I think a lot of people know him from The Hot Chick or Deuce Bigelow. Like, you know, movies that were big like 20 years ago. What was his last movie? All of these movies are ancient. Okay, his last film was he was in Leo. He played a principal in Leo, which is an animated film about a lizard.
Blackmailed? No, you're being white famaled.
Sake Tanuki earning the earning the badumts. All right. Yeah, he's an Adam Sandler orbiter. His next film. Oh, wait, no. His last film was Happy Gilmore 2. God, I can't read. Please God, not Rob Schneider. Burning Sock, it's your birthday. See, look at you guys. You're almost there. You're over halfway to the blackmail line. All right. I don't know why Burning Sock's $10 dono isn't popping up, but I will say thank you for the $10 dono, Burning Sock 5. And Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Burning Sock 5. Happy birthday to you, and many more. Also, I believe KRD also said that it was their birthday. And you know what? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, KRD. Happy birthday to you, and many more. And I also see Pup Merlin Wrecker. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Pup Merlin Wrecker. Happy birthday to you, and many more. There you go. There you go.
Happy birthday to the birthday folks.
Spookamus, thank you for the $10 super chat. Let's go. Loving the BWA energy in here. Loving it. Is it Groundhog Day? We just got a lot of birthdays today. Please stop giving birthdays. We'll never get to the Saggies. Think of it this way. The more times I sing happy birthday, the more time you have to avoid Rob Schneider. Like a fucking kaiju lurking outside the city limits. I'm 40 today, but I have been for a bunch of other days too, for months really. I do appreciate you guys. Let's see. Okay. It's everybody's birthday! Jack, what's the highest number of syllables in a name you're willing to sing in a happy birthday song? I don't have a number. I haven't quantified that. I turn 150 today. It's impressive. Is that set 5 minutes-ish? The set that I found is, let's see here. It's 8 minutes long. It's 8 minutes long. Can we stop stalling? No! Alright. Also, I already did a segment for you guys. We're not stalling. We're in it. This is how it goes. Alright. We are, however, going to look at something sociologically interesting, alright? Here we go. Boop. So, folks, I wanted to talk to you guys about a TikTok that I saw. Wait, before you click away, let me talk about it a little bit, okay? Oh, okay, cool. I just found this video fascinating. I watched it several times today, and I want to share it with you guys because it's genuinely fascinating to me what kind of mental effect is going on. And I think that what you're about to see, well, you know what? I'm gonna try not to, like, kind of give you guys any preconceived ideas. Let's just jump right into it.
Are you gay or straight? I'm straight, man. Do you think other people would...
Why is it mono audio? Or, I'll fix this real quick. I'm sorry. Why would you do this? How did you do this? I'm so confused. All right, here we go.
Think that? Of course, yeah. Do you think this guy is gay or straight?
I think that nigga gay.
What makes you say that?
I don't know, that's just the vibe he gives off.
Are you gay or straight?
I'm not gay, I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Yeah, they think I'm straight, yeah.
Do you think this guy is gay or straight?
I get like probably DL.
Oh, for real? What makes you say that?
I don't know, like he don't give off gay.
Are you gay or straight?
I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Yeah, that nigga low-key look gay. I get in the cow.
What makes you say that?
Just the way he look.
Are you gay or straight?
No, I'm straight.
This was fascinating to me. Nekosaurus, welcome. Come on in. Thank you for the raid. Come on in. Folks, go check out Saurus's content. Excellent content creator. Friend of the show. I have a question. Who gives a fuck? Well, that's the fascinating thing about it, right? No one really should give a fuck about this, right? But what you're seeing in action, in my opinion, is the mechanism by which heteronormativity is policed. You know? It's the method by which, you know, people try to establish their own straight credentials by trying to, like, throw someone else they know nothing about under the bus, right? Like, when they are shown a picture of someone and asked, is this person gay or straight? To them, it feels like a reflection of perhaps who they are. And so instead they're just like, well, you're asking me the question, so obviously they must be gay, and I'm very straight, so, you know, I can't, like, they just can't be straight. Like, there's a mechanism here that has, I think, a lot of implications for, you know, how men relate to other men, right? Like, we have a bit of the power of suggestion here, but we also have, like, gender policing. We have, you know, sexuality policing, right? And what I think is really interesting here is that each one of these guys is like, well, I'm straight. Everyone would see me as straight. But then when you pose the question, all these guys said that that other guy was gay. Straight men's, yeah, that's the thing. Exactly, Max Danger. Straight men see being gay as a negative. It's why, still to this day, a lot of straight, like, teens, straight, like, young guys will just call things gay, you know? I was out on a walk, like, just a couple days ago, and I heard, like, some teens being like, what are you, gay? In order to, like, try and get, like, one of their friends to, like, do something with them. And, like, you know, like, this is a very prevalent idea, like a homophobic idea, of course, in our society. And so there is, like, an element here of trying to police people into being the status quo, you know? And I find it fascinating. I find it fascinating how, like, the homophobia and heteronormativity of my youth has been transmitted to future generations, and how, like seeing that replicate, which is what's happening here, right? And, like, I have no reason to believe any of those guys are gay. Like, I don't know what any of their sexualities are. Don't know much about them. But what's interesting is how they are publicly engaging, right? Because they are doing what they are doing a performance. Like, this is someone they don't know. This is they're being asked a question, they're being put on the spot, and, like, they are giving an answer that they feel protects themselves in, like, the eyes of society, you know, to generalize. And, like, I think that's really interesting. I think it is a really interesting phenomenon. Jack, you gay? It's true, I am gay. I'm bi. Nah, Hillary Duff is cool, Ponderous Nerve. Hillary Duff has been an ally for a very long time. Why are you gay? Sometimes I wonder if the apparent spike in queer phobia isn't due to people now being more likely to realize they're queer and become defensively queer phobic to avoid detection by the straights. I mean, I think that's part of it, right? Like there is an aversion to having even the conversation of like honestly engaging in any of these questions or having any kind of introspection about the question. Like it's fascinating. It's fascinating. Like, obviously, a lot is going on in this clip. Let's watch it one more time.
Are you gay or straight?
I'm straight, man.
Do you think other people would think that?
Of course, yeah.
Do you think this guy is gay or straight?
I think that nigga gay.
What makes you say that?
I don't know, that's just the vibe he gives off.
Are you gay or straight?
I'm not gay, I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Yeah, they think I'm straight, yeah.
Do you think this guy is gay or straight?
I get like probably DL.
Oh, for real? What makes you say that?
I don't know, like he don't give off gay.
Are you gay or straight?
I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Yeah, that nigga low-key look gay. I get in the cab.
What makes you say that?
Just the way he look.
Are you gay or straight?
No, I'm straight.
Like, there's just something so interesting that happens, I think. Especially on the second guy here, right?
Think this guy is gay or straight?
I think that nigga gay.
What makes you say that?
I don't know, that's just the vibe he gives off.
Are you gay or straight?
I'm not gay, I'm straight.
Like, there's a defensiveness in, like, the posture, and frankly, I think the act of questioning their identity is bringing out this defensive posture from each one of these guys, right? And like, I think part of it is because almost all heteronormative guys have never really been questioned about their identity, have never really like asked themselves, are you straight or gay? They've just kind of been coasting on momentum, you know? And like the act of questioning, I think, brings out a degree of defensiveness and also a degree of like a lot of homophobia, a lot of queer phobia, transphobia, etc. comes from a place of fear, right? It comes from a place of discomfort. And most people who are kind of hew closely to the status quo, they don't want to like sit with that discomfort, right? And it's one of the reasons why a lot of cis men in particular are deeply uncomfortable at encountering the existence of trans women, people like me, you know? Because if trans women exist, then what makes them men? Right? Like, what makes cis men men? If trans women can exist. Like, if it is as simple as, like, identifying as a trans woman, like, that opens some really, like, unfamiliar and uncomfortable territory for a lot of cis men. They don't want to deal with it. And as a shorthand for dealing with it, they embrace transphobia, you know? Yeah, it makes them feel unmasculine because their assumptions about masculinity are being challenged by the very existence of trans women, right? And I think in a similar way, like, this is also making them feel unmasculine because for a lot of these guys, their concept of masculinity is tied intrinsically to straightness. Right? Like, these guys have defined their manhood on being straight, on desiring women. And when they are asked if they are gay or straight, they have an inherent understanding of gayness as unmasculine, as if they are being unmanned. And I think a lot of them wind up kind of gravitating towards homophobia as a way to try and protect their idea of what it means to be a man. You know, in a lot of cases, you know, that's so gay in straight circles is used as like another word for effeminate or unmanly. And like none of these guys, I mean, I think if you ask these guys, do you think like gay men can be manly? I think they might all say yes. But there is like another understanding below that where like the way they conceive of gay people generally is as effeminate, as like less masculine, and ultimately like a I don't know, like a challenge to their idea of what it means to be a man. Right? And that challenge, they meet with hostility. And yeah, but that is the thing. There are masculine gay men who are attracted to other masculine men. There's nothing more masculine than that. Like, yeah, no, there are gay men who are extraordinarily masculine. You know? Like, God, go to like a gay gym sometime. All right? They exist. All right? And I find this social interaction so interesting. Do women go around asking each other if they are gay? Women have a different way of socially policing gayness, and it's mostly through ostracization in my experience, and in the way that I've talked about it with other women. Like, that ostracization tends to be the way that goes. It's not necessarily open hostility. It's more like, well, Stacy found out that I'm a lesbian, and so Stacy just stopped talking to me after that, and you know, never invited me to hang out with her and her friends again. You know, there's like it's a different manifestation of policing. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. What is this?
Oh, he said, who the f*** do that at me? Who did it? Raiden, show me. Raiden, show me who did it. She kind of bad, though. Is that Frost? I know I said no pause 2019. Over, I'm retracting that entire statement. I'm pausing every time I might slip up and say anything. It could be I sneeze, a dude look at me and I look over, he catch eye contact, pause, don't look at me, I'm done sneezing. Bless you, thank you, ma'am.
I don't want to fight, but I've got to.
Why are your pants
for
like that?
Jackie's sake and mine.
God damn, now I gotta fuck you up. In a fight, y'all, not like, oh my gosh, y'all
I mean, like, that's... like, we're seeing it play out for this guy exactly. Exactly. Pause equals no homo. Yeah, exactly. My pants do be like that. Like... well, and GamerG, yeah, that is kind of how it goes. Like, a lot of, like, there is a lot of, like, oh no, I in the lesbian community, or, you know, straight cis lady community, there is a lot of, like, I just found out one of my friends is a lesbian. I can't have her around anymore. She's gonna want to try and make out with me. Like, there's a whole lot of that, and Stacy, I guarantee you, she's not gonna try and make out with you. All right? She's into like some kind of she's into a different kind of lady than you. Okay? You are painfully straight, Stacy. You have nothing to worry about. They had us in the first half, not gonna lie. It's very interesting. It's a hierarchy of gender. Yeah, it's just really interesting to see it play out so explicitly, you know? Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. I wanted to talk about it. I know I've probably overindulged in the conversation. I know that there are probably way smarter people who could explain the dynamics going on in these conversations, but like, I just wanted to talk about it. Thanks for letting me yap, folks.
Meanwhile, all lesbians are usually in a room wondering if they're the only one attracted to women in there.
Oh god, and let's not even mention the fact. Let's not even mention the fact of
I
how
think
lesbians
the world
interact
would
with
be
each
a
other.
slightly more sane place right now if the Soviet Union never collapsed. I think the USSR existing did a lot to keep the US in check. We were an insane nation then too, but kept in check by the USSR.
I mean, the USSR was also
Jokes
pretty
on
fucking
Stacy,
insane.
her mom has got it going on.
Yeah, jokes on Stacy. I was hanging out with her to hit on her mom. It's true. Goddamn, you guys are funny. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Malin Miller, or Malon Miller, thank you for the $20 super chat. Magar, thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciate the support, folks. And also, folks, if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment longer than 8 words. Helps in the algorithm for some reason. And also, get organized. We need to get organized in our communities to fight for the better world we all deserve, okay? To fight for a future for working class people, okay? So join your local Dems, make them more progressive, kick out those folks who've been selling us out to the corporate elites of this country for far too long. Join your local DSA, help organize working people in your community. Let's go. We can help you do that here. Okay, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help starting your journey with your local Democrats. And if you don't want to join Discord, come on over to riverboat.gg. You can find both of them during most streams. And also, folks, go and check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. And you know what? Speaking of gender hangups, also tested with cis men, cis women, and non-binary folks. And it's a product really for everyone, just marketed to trans femmes. And also, it's non-tucking lingerie. You can be comfortable and wear attractive, sexy lingerie. And you know what? I'm wearing it right now. It's very comfortable. And I recommend you check it out. Go down to the link in the description. Check out ImogeneOlivia.com. And let's all keep on going, folks. There we go. We did it. We did another segment. Stacy's mom has got it going on. She's all that I want. I've waited for so long. Stacy, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. All right, sorry. Where does the moniker Riverboat Jack come from? I was a Bible camp counselor, so many years ago, and we were going around introducing ourselves to the people running the camp, and got to me. I was like, hello, my name's Jack, and I got immediately interrupted by one of the people who ran the camp, one of the church leaders who ran the camp, and he was like, we were gonna name our son Jack, but then, my old aunt, she told me, don't you call him Jack. Everyone will think of Riverboat Jack, the gambler. And of course, like, all the counselors looked around at each other and were like, who the fuck is Riverboat Jack? And we Googled it afterwards. Of course, there's no Riverboat Jack who's going up and down the Mississippi gambling and boozing and womanizing. And, I for the rest of the summer, my coworkers called me Riverboat Jack, came up with like little songs about, Yo, Riverboat Jack, she'll take all your money. You know, stuff like that. I thought you were a riverboat gambler. I am in the lore of the channel. Yeah, Pat Shannon, I grew up in like a fundamentalist religious house. Like, you know, my dad doesn't believe in evolution, thinks that like what's happening in Israel is a sign of the end times, etc., etc., etc. You know? So I have thankfully kind of escaped that mindset, but I am pretty familiar with the Bible as a result. Should do a riverboat poker stream. I'm not good at poker. I'm decent at Balatro though. I could do a riverboat Balatro stream. Is your dad still in opposition to the regime? You know, lightly, insofar as he's not willing to vote for Donald Trump. I don't know how, like, in opposition he is. I was a Mormon missionary, so I'm there with you. Whew. Do a stream playing a bunch of Fallout casino games. I'll do a stream at some point playing Fallout New Vegas. I've never actually finished Fallout New Vegas. That might be a fun stream thing to do. So is it odd that at the day after we do the first moon mission in nearly 70 years, Vance starts talking about aliens being demons? I mean, I think it's odd that Vance started talking about aliens being demons. I don't think it's necessarily odd that... I don't think the two have anything to do with each other. Oh god, Meghar, I lived closeted in my parents' house for like multiple years after I started HRT. I don't have time to explain the Catholic doctrine, why J.D. Vance calling aliens demons makes sense. It's weird shit. Yeah. What could he possibly be trying to suggest there, even? Just that, like, certain groups of Catholics have a very human-centric idea of God and the universe. It's one of those things where, like, if we did find that there was other intelligent life in the universe, like, they're the kinds of people who would be like, well, they're clearly of Satan because they're different than us, and would not accept the idea that, like, aliens also need Jesus, because that's basically the what the split would be among Christians. It's like, do you evangelize to the aliens, or do you just write them off as demons who are bound for hell? And the people who are like, well, they're demons bound for hell, that's the kind of Catholic J.D. Vance is. I'm very much simplifying the doctrine, but yeah. Yeah, it's space
Vegas
racism.
is so weird.
Racism.
They put so much money and effort into theming. But Caesars doesn't have Roman slots. Sahara doesn't have Egyptian slots. Same as airport ones.
Damn it. Damn it, Vegas. Maybe we do need a new Vegas situation to happen. Just to get the theme right. I also, can I just say airport casino gambling has always struck me as deeply weird. Like, I don't know exactly why. I think it's because I find airports like deeply uncomfortable places. But yeah, airport casinos seem like such a bad idea to me. And like a deeply uncomfortable way to gamble. I don't know. Hank Green actually did a decent video on it. He signaled to the wackos with that one, but then immediately followed it up with an enlightened response to give him space if anyone actually calls him out on it. Well, of course he wants space. That's where the demons live. Maybe it's the strict Minnesota gambling laws. I don't know. I've never felt like Minnesota's gambling laws are that strict. Like, just you go to a casino. And also, like, casinos just aren't really my thing. Like, it's not like, let me put it this way. Casino atmosphere is like my living
Speaking
hell.
of human-centric view.
Comrade Girl 2018, thank you for the $5 dono. What is this?
I have to ask you a question then. Sure. Are you?
Oh, this is great. This is fucking great.
Jesus doesn't come back because he has the worst people claiming to be his followers.
Yeah, he's embarrassed. His followers have thoroughly embarrassed him. He needs time
and
to
the Buffalo
recover.
Stampede and Eastern Fortune slots are clearly just skinned versions of one another. The video ones suck compared to old ones too.
Also, Sake Tanuki, you seem to know more about like the gambling stuff. Have you played the one gambling thing that I'm interested at all ever in participating in is the Metal Gear Solid 3 slot machine, the pachinko machine. Also, Soul Black Guy, thank you for the $5 super chat, and Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2-5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. And what is this?
Have you ever wondered how the inside of a slot machine works whenever you use it?
Oh,
well,
hell
if
yeah.
you haven't, too bad. I'm going to show you anyway. The first step is to take the front plate off, and you have to use this funky looking key to do it. Then we have to take the bag off.
No,
these
I'm
hooks.
gonna be DMCA'd.
Oh my gosh, that is a lot of quarters. There's a bunch of side of the machine, but on the inside of the machine, this is what it
That's
looks
so
like on
cool.
the front, and then this is what it looks like on the back whenever you.
Man, human beings are so cool. Look at all of the engineering that went into making this like money extraction device. It's neat. It's cool. Like, it's a lot of engineering work. I'm just fascinated by old.
I don't even like gambling. I just am fascinated by old engineering.
Fair. Old engineering is so fucking cool. Like, all of the clockwork machines we've ever had. So neat. What is this?
An atheist.
Oh.
Thank you for the review of Elixir last night. I was belly laughing for hours.
God, I can't remember the last time I laughed so hard as the squat portion of Elixir. I was fucking dying. All right, this is one of the all-time great clips.
I have to ask you a question then. Sure. Are you an atheist?
What do you mean by atheist?
One who believes that there is no God.
What do you mean by God?
I'll tell you exactly. A creator who, with intelligence, who is aware of his creation.
This is a scientific question. Was the universe created, or was it always here?
Mm-hmm.
And the only way to answer this is through science. We don't have the answer yet.
So where do you think the evidence leads? You look at a baby born and you say, Mother Nature is amazing, or there might be a God.
I've had...
Well, you know what Dennis Prager says when he looks at a baby.
The slot reels have holes in them, and there are pins that slide in which restrict what options you can get with one that slides through all holes to get jackpot.
It's so cool, Sake. It's so fucking cool.
Garbage. Pure, undiluted garbage, meaningless drivel nonsense. That's all they were. Junk. And when I thought, this is what these kids in this preschool are seeing.
That's a real quote from Dennis Prager about children's paintings in his school.
I'm much more frustrated by how many people I haven't touched than I am exhilarated by the number of people I have touched.
Man, I miss Dennis Prager. I miss him.
And I think it's great, and I never had for a moment the thought, God intervened to make this baby. Let me ask you a question about that, by the way. If God is omnipotent and omniscient,
Yes.
why is it necessary for God to be meddling in the universe after he made it? Why didn't he make it right in the first place so it would go in the direction he wanted?
Because there would be no need for us then. If the world were
It's
perfect,
also
then we
why
could
the whole kaiji premise works so well.
Yes. Everyone, okay, look, if you've never watched an anime before, I don't give a fuck. Go watch Kaiji Ultimate Survivor, okay? One of the best anime of all time.
not exist because we could have no freedom of choice to do bad.
This is
We
a
couldn't
very-
choose anything imperfect.
This is a very egocentric
Not
point of
egocentric.
view. That the point of the world is so that we will do good
Yes,
or bad.
that's right.
Now,
I
let
do
me
believe
tell
that.
you a
Without
fact.
humanity,
Let me
I
t-
don't think there's a point to the universe.
Let me now argue about that. A lot of people like that idea, right? It's satisfying.
No,
Wait.
it's not.
Let me make a remark. It's satisfying. We're at the center. We're important. We're the reason the universe was made. Feels good, right? Now, let's think of where we are. We live on a tiny world in a solar system which has about 70 or 80 big worlds going around the sun, which is an obscure star in an obscure spiral arm of a humdrum galaxy that contains 400 billion stars, and this Milky Way galaxy is one of about 100 billion galaxies. Now imagine that number of places, and in this obscure galaxy, in that tiny star, that little planet, those guys think they're the center of the universe. It's hilarious.
Carl Sagan was a fucking treasure. He's extremely paralyzed. Yeah, I think he fell in the shower. But he's still, look, Dennis Prager's still around though. He's still making content. Okay?
Dennis, it is almost Passover and Easter, and I, of course, have your explanation of the Passover Haggadah, which has been fascinating and worth reading time and time again every single year. But many of us want to hear from you. What is your message to us this season?
Passover happens to be the quintessential Judeo-Christian holiday. And my proof is the Liberty Bell. The founders put.
All right. I feel like that's enough. I feel like we don't need to hear out the rest of his argument. I feel like we don't. Passover is the best Judeo-Christian holiday. Evidence: the Liberty Bell. Okay. I don't need to know. I don't need to know anything else. Thank you, Dennis.
I'm living in a make-believe world.
Indeed. Legit, people his age die from slipping in the tub. It's scary. It's okay. Also, legitimately, folks, here's your PSA. Get a little grippy mat for the bottom of your bathtub. Okay? Get a little grippy mat for the bottom of your bathtub. Get handles inside your stand-up shower. Okay? Use them. All right? Your bathroom is the most dangerous room in your house for you. All right? Legitimately, especially if you're like on an older person, you know, if you're like 30 plus, get yourself some things to hold on to when you're in the shower and some grippy mats, okay? More dangerous than my red barrel room? That's a trick question. Your red barrel room and your bathroom, same room. You don't even have to be old. You can be a teenager and just lose your mobility. True. As somebody with neuropathy in the feet, the shower terrifies me. Yep. 30 plus, I'm not old. Look, I'm just saying, like, when you're like 30, you got to start thinking about that shit. The anime Saint Oni-san is the best parody on religion, as it makes jokes but is not mean-spirited at all. I've never heard of that one. I'll have to check it out. Bathrooms are man's greatest predator. Yeah. You're not old, tell that to your bones. I love you guys. All right. Okay. Next segment. Also, Danger Vince. I feel the ROMs sound clip coming on whenever I hear Dennis. That's fair. ROMs. I use a 55-gallon drum of lube as a handle. That's just definitionally not a handle. Also, I feel like you're setting yourself up for a good time. Okay, you guys ready? See.
It's ironic how he never moved from his positions before and after the fall.
Your positions were so good, huh? Well, then explain your fall. Clearly, a little slippery. It's Eastern weekend, and Saint Young Men has a moment for the I don't know what this means, but I'll look at it. What is this? Oh shit! I do know what this is. I have seen clips of Saint Oni-san.
私も地元民で。と言っても実家は別なんですけど。もう友達できたの？うん。でもブッダはあんまこっち見ない方がいいかもよ。なんだか熱心な仏教徒さんみたいだから。極道の方！
なんじゃ。そっちのパンチは兄弟か。
It's a good anime. It's just Buddha and Jesus hanging out. I've actually seen this clip before. It's very good. I just can't play it because DMCA. All right. Let's do it. So, folks, we need to talk about the fact that today, Pam Bondi, Attorney General of the United States of America, has been let go. She's been fired. It is, in fact, now... Well, she's going to be Attorney General, I believe, until the end of this month, and then she's gone, right? In her place, Todd Blanche will be Attorney General from here on out. But worth noting that Donald Trump got on Truth Social earlier today. Pam Bondi is a great American patriot and a loyal friend who faithfully served as my Attorney General over the past year. Just only made it a year. God. Pam did a tremendous job overseeing a massive crackdown in crime across our country, with murders plummeting to their lowest levels since 1900. We love Pam, and she will be transitioning. Oh, I see. Pam Bondi gets to transition, but not people like me. Okay, I get it. Pam did it for the HRT. To a much needed and important new job in the private sector to be announced at a date in the near future, and our Deputy Attorney General, a very talented and respected legal mind, Todd Blanche, will step in to serve as acting Attorney General. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Okay? So, that, of course, happened. And it is worth noting here, I was going to bring this up later, but I think I'll just bring it up now. Where did I put this article? I put it in here? I think I might have put it in here. I have a whole lot of different... Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
035 to 051. I love Al so much.
What is this?
Oh, hey.
35 to 51? Okay.
No, I care about the true spirit of the divine. I care about the universal truth. But being a magic superhero that keeps chasing the same guy is completely gay. And that is coming from a guy that voluntarily has sex with men I'm interested in.
I have no idea what that was in reference to, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Oh, God. I wanted to bring up a news story that I saw today. I'm not exactly sure where I put it. Ah, here it is. Let's just bring it over here. Let's just take a look at one of the, of course, biggest accomplishment that Pam Bondi made during her time as Attorney General of the United States. And, well, ProPublica reported earlier that Trump's Justice Department dropped 23,000 criminal investigations in their shift to immigration. So, just as an FYI, basically, Pam Bondi oversaw the complete destruction of the Justice Department, like to the point where people are actively, attorneys for the Justice Department are actively trying to antagonize judges so that they can be essentially removed from work for a certain period of time so that they can get sleep. All right? Pam Bondi destroyed tens of thousands of investigations in order to do Donald Trump's bidding. Tens of thousands of cases annihilated. Okay? And former DOJ prosecutors said that they regularly reviewed caseloads, but none could recall an order like the one in February to review cases. God. It's so stupid. Yeah, the Department of Justice began shutting down pending criminal cases at a record pace after Pam Bondi was appointed Attorney General. Cases included an investigation into a Virginia nursing home with a recent record of patient abuse, probes of fraud involving several New Jersey labor unions, including one opened after a top official of a national union was accused of embezzlement, and an investigation into a cryptocurrency company suspected of cheating investors. They abandoned hundreds of investigations into terrorism, white-collar crime, drugs, and other offenses. This is insane. Insane! She should be in jail? She should be in jail. Not only has her just crony-assed self, destroyed countless hours of labor by people who actually care about justice in this country, but also she sold out all of her credibility. What could she possibly do in the private sector that people would trust her about? Like, Donald Trump has thrown her under the bus. He doesn't have favor for her anymore. She's done. She was dropped like Woody in Toy Story by Andy. You guys know the scene where Andy drops Woody and it's very dramatic. That happened to Pam Bondi today. Was it worth it, Pam? I don't know. I don't think so. In February of 2025 alone, which included the first weeks of Bondi's tenure, nearly 11,000 cases were declined, the most in a month since at least 2004. The previous high was just over 6,500 cases in September of 2019 during Trump's first administration. Like, I do recommend you guys take a look at this ProPublica piece because it is frankly insane. I'm going to link it in chat. We'll also link it in the description for folks who watch the video later. It's her accomplishments are destroying the Department of Justice. Now, what about Todd Blanche? Well, Todd Blanche did an interview with Jesse Waters tonight with, of course, the knowledge that he's going to be the new acting attorney general. And it went poorly, to say the least. Let's just take a look at a couple clips here.
Who was Epstein spying for?
Look, everything. I don't know that he was spying for anybody. Nobody's ever said that.
No? You don't think he might have been a spy for a foreign country?
I have no idea if he was a spy. All I know is that we don't have any evidence in the Epstein files that the FBI collected over 15 years that suggests that, Jesse. I don't know. I wasn't part of the original prosecution team. Neither was Attorney General Bondi. And I can tell you this, there's only one president that's held Mr. Epstein accountable, and that's Donald J. Trump. During his first administration, that was the administration that prosecuted him, and during this administration, it's the administration that's been totally transparent and released all the files. And no matter how much criticism people want to make about the Epstein files, that is indisputable. It's
when you get replaced by Blanche, is that technically whitewashing?
Goddamn, yes. Yes. I understand the video's quiet, guys. I'm doing the best I can, but you know what? You might just have to live with the fact that the video is quiet.
That nobody talked about the Epstein files for 4 years during Biden. 4 years. And so when President Trump said, let's release the Epstein files, and the law was passed that allowed us to legally do it, we did it.
Okay. I'm not sure you totally get what people feel about that, but I want to move on.
Do you know how bad things have to be when Jesse Waters is like incredulous at you? Do you have any idea like what you have to like fail on your charisma roll in order for Jesse Waters to not buy what you're selling? Are you kidding me right now? Why does Todd Blanche always look so sad? He does look like his grandma just died. His Mima. Yeah, even Jesse Waters is just like, that sounds silly to me, Todd. Let's also take a quick look at this particular piece here.
Absolutely did. Now, the Epstein files, you'd agree, not handled well?
No, and I don't, first of all, I have never heard President Trump say that the Attorney General that anything that happened to her
that
had
also
anything.
Means that CBS got Weiss nationalist.
God damn it. You're on a roll today, Sake.
Do with the Epstein files. And so look, the Epstein files has been a saga that's lasted for the past year. And what happened when the president signed the Transparency Act is the Department of Justice has now released all the files with respect to the Epstein saga. And the Attorney General Bondi and I appear.
The Epstein saga. The epic conclusion. We've got episode 4. We've got episode 5. We've got episode 6. All right? What more do you want? We released all the files. Episode 4, 5, and 6. That's all of them. So I like there could be an episode 1, 2, and a 3, or an episode 7, 8, or a 9. You've got all of them with episodes 4, 5, and 6. It's complete. It's the Epstein saga.
In front of Congress voluntarily a couple weeks ago to answer any questions they had. We have made every single congressman, senator available to come and see any document, redacted, unredacted, that they want. And so I think that to the extent that the Epstein files was a part of the past year of this Justice Department, it should not be a part of anything going forward.
Okay, well, we did. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it'd be pretty great for you if you didn't have to deal with any of the Epstein fallout here, but the fact remains that there are still millions of Epstein documents that have not been released. You know, the folks overseeing like a congressional oversight have been posting about this and have been talking about it in front of cameras on mainstream television, and talking about how we have like 50% of the files released publicly. We do not have the other 50%. You're forgetting Epstein Rogue One and the A Very Merry Epstein Christmas special. True. I forgot. I forgot. Like, I know that Todd Blanche in particular was probably hoping to avoid becoming acting Attorney General of the United States. In particular because, if you'll recall, Todd Blanche was the one who went and met with Ghislaine Maxwell. Todd Blanche is the one who interviewed her. Todd Blanche was instrumental in getting her moved to Club Fed. For those of you who may have forgotten, Ghislaine Maxwell was in fact Epstein's main accomplice and fixer, and was key and integral to the sex trafficking that took place. Todd Blanche set all of that up. And Todd Blanche got his job in the Justice Department as Deputy Attorney General because he was one of Donald Trump's personal lawyers. So Donald Trump has just made one of his personal lawyers the Attorney General of the United States. This has the potential to be worse than Pam Bondi. But I do think what it does is it basically puts the spotlight on him. Like, I think kind of like it's like Trump had two guys, Bondi and Blanche, and now Blanche is the only one left. And like, Pam Bondi was letting Todd Blanche do a lot of her dirty work, signing a lot of different legal documents and such, a lot of different okays on different initiatives. And he's kind of on the hook for an awful lot of government malfeasance, right? And I want to be clear here. There's a decent chance that he's going to go to prison if he plays things poorly here, right? Because what it kind of seems like to me, having gone over some of his questioning of Ghislaine Maxwell, what it kind of seemed like from that interview was that was a loyalty test to see how quiet Ghislaine Maxwell could be when under pressure. And she shut the fuck up. She's refusing to answer questions from Congress. She is, effectively just waiting to try and get like a pardon from Donald Trump or some kind of early release due to pressure from the Justice Department. Like, there is a lot going on here, but Todd Blanche has now become essentially the weak linchpin of this entire operation, right? And I think that puts him in a pretty unenviable position because I think there's a reason why he looks like a deer in the headlights as he tells an incredulous Jesse Waters, someone who in almost 99.9% of other cases would be on Todd Blanche's side. Like, even Jesse Waters, the guy who slashed his now wife's tires in order to get a date with her. Even he's like, "Whoa, buddy, this all stinks. That sounds like a lie." God. So, yeah. A lot is going on here. But you know what? Take a minute, breathe deep, celebrate, because we got a win today, all right? What this is indicating, more than anything else, is that Donald Trump is deeply uncomfortable, wants to shake things up, doesn't really know what to do, and when he doesn't know what to do, he just fires people. He just starts rotating new people in to try and take advantage of new ideas, right? What it indicates is that this administration is falling apart. You don't fire your attorney general because things are going well. You don't fire your director of DHS because things are going well. Like, things are going poorly. He's getting increasingly frustrated with the fact that, like, the folks he's put in charge of things are failing him. And, you know, that includes, you know, Pete Hegseth. It includes who's like, you know, overseeing, of course, the war in Iran that is going incredibly poorly. And also the public is responding to it extraordinarily negatively, which is a surprise to Donald Trump because everyone around Donald Trump is a yes man, right? So when he starts to need to get information that punctures through that yes man bubble that is inconvenient to his self-flattery, to his ego, suddenly he gets really mad and he's looking for people to blame. Okay? So I think that there is a lot of really interesting shit happening behind the scenes when it comes to all these people trying to throw one another under the bus. Because keep in mind, almost none of them are qualified for the positions they hold. Pete Hegseth is like a Fox News anchor. Okay? He's a Fox News anchor who served in like the National Guard and like doesn't really know what he's doing with the kind of military secrets access he has or the tactics that he's being asked to employ. He doesn't really know what the hell he's doing. Pam Bondi was like some 2-bit lawyer from Florida, and Donald Trump elevated her at every step of the way. You know? Like, Todd Blanche is just like one of the only lawyers in the country who is willing to represent Donald Trump and like sell out every shred of credibility he has. And you've got Kash Patel in charge of the FBI. Kash Patel's a fucking podcaster. Like, none of these people are qualified for the positions they've been put in. And the administration is coming apart as Donald Trump becomes increasingly frustrated with it and the people he has surrounded himself with. Okay? Let's get Miller out too, put him in the spotlight. I mean, I do think that, like, there is a possibility that we could see Miller get ousted if people keep getting really mad about the immigration policy, right? Like, Stephen Miller, we've talked about him as like a kind of shadow president in the past, but like Stephen Miller isn't a particularly smart man. He's a particularly hateful man. And he's spent years and years and years thinking about what he would do if he was given a power trip, and he finally has it. But like, I think he's going to be one of the later ones to go. I think Donald Trump is kind of like, well, we got rid of Kristi Noem. She was the main problem. People will love ICE now. And I think Miller is kind of on the outside of the inner circle these days. But it's going to take more fuck ups for Donald Trump to get rid of Miller, sadly. All that being said, though, let's enjoy the victory. And if you got anything out of this, organize. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Get involved with organizing working class people in your neighborhood through DSA. Get involved in making your local Democrats more progressive. Get on that shit. All right? We need people to actually show up. 95% of organizing is just showing up. So show up to your local meetings. If you don't know where to start, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. Anywhere you are in the United States, we can help you get involved with your local Dems and your local DSA. Okay? And if you don't want to join the Discord, head on over to riverboat.gg and you can usually find one or both of them there. So do check it out, folks. It is very important to get involved with your local political process. All that being said, hit that like button, subscribe, and leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, etc. It is comfortable, non-tucking lingerie that is elegant, sexy, and will fit. So do check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. This is left-wing propaganda. What thing have I said that is not true? You're saying it's all lies. Which part is lies? Yeah, like I am a socialist. I make no secret where my politics lie. But
my favorite propaganda,
I'm not lying.
The truth.
Yeah, when you start to perceive the truth as propaganda, I think it's a bad sign. You need to go touch some grass. Not that Oh no, not that gambling riverboat Jack. You can never trust a gambler. Indeed. What kind of socialist are you, Jack? I mean, I think in like the grand scheme of things, my heart lies with like anarcho-communism. But you know, I think it realistically, I think that it takes, you know, any kind of anarcho-communist world would take, you know, hundreds of years to bring about. Maybe thousands. You know, it is a long struggle ahead for achieving that kind of world that I can barely envision. So instead, I advocate for the tangible next steps that we can take to, you know, liberate us from the injustices of this world. Y'all literally support Bezos, who supports Trump? You're using Twitch right now. Like, please get some help, my friend. But yeah, like I don't tend to call myself an anarcho-communist because I just don't think it's all that useful of a label. I call myself a socialist because I think it helps to explain what socialism is, to engage with people who don't know what it is, because many people in the United States are heavily propagandized to. And I hope that use of Twitch does not indicate support for Bezos. We had a crazy in the Twitch chat. It's okay. Lost my train of thought. We have a troll in Twitch and no mods. There are mods in Twitch chat, but also like it's okay for people to come in and disagree with the chat. Just as an FYI, it is okay for people to come in and disagree. Where it crosses the line is, of course, in attacking other people in chat. Do I need to heckle in Twitch? Nah. Let's see here. Yeah, just don't be like I don't know, like a great rule of thumb is just don't be a weird wanker about any given topic. He was being a jerk? Okay. Well, that is why he's banned. What if I attack myself? Not allowed. Be kind to yourself. Let's see. Yeah, no ethical consumption under capitalism and all that. Yada yada yada. He was doing apologia for Epstein. Oh, gross. What are my titles of honor? I'm not sure. I don't know that I have titles of honor. But yeah, I call myself a socialist. I just think that I have good arguments for tangible next steps for how to get us to a world where instead of capitalists controlling the majority of our workplaces, instead we have workers controlling the majority of our workplaces. And I think that that would be a tangible major step in a positive direction for the United States. So that's that. I call myself a socialist because that is what I advocate for as the next step. Do you have Cash App? Oh, Hefe HZ, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs over on Twitch. Very much appreciated. And also, do I have Cash App? No, but if you go over to riverboat.gg, I do get a larger cut of subs and donos over on riverboat.gg. And if you click on the donate tab at the top of the channel, it should take you to like a way you can send it via PayPal. What about Noam Chomsky's close relationship with Epstein? Yeah, I think that's pretty fucking disgusting. I don't the thing to understand about me is that I don't have anyone on a pedestal. Like Noam Chomsky did a solid with talking about manufacturing consent and elaborating on that process. But like someone can do something like that and also still be a gross person. Turns out people are complicated. The thought of people watching ads on Twitch disgusts me more than the thought of giving Bezos money. Fair. Also, it double sucks that you guys have to watch ads on Twitch because I don't make money off of the ads on Twitch. Bezos takes all of the ad money from Twitch for himself. It's very infuriating. I got paid like 34 cents for the entirety of last year's ads on my channel. 34 cents for an entire year of daily produced content. It's fucking gross. You get paid? I'm a Twitch partner. Like I'm a partnered Twitch streamer. It's a joke. Yeah, also Noam Chomsky's denial of like the Cambodian genocide is very fucking gross to me. Chomsky's his thoughts on you know, the Serbian genocide as well as are gross. Wish you were getting paid? Well, I am getting paid. You guys supporting the show or watching on YouTube, those two things get me paid. I don't run ads on my YouTube live streams. I could, but I don't. Because I want you guys to have like a good experience watching the show. And you guys, however, watching the segments I upload to YouTube that does generate ad revenue for me. Who's Noam Chomsky? What? Noam Chomsky is like an incredibly famous, like left-leaning, like, well, he got his start as a linguist, got involved in like articulating politics. He's very famous. He's done a lot of work that is highly respected. Did I actually get some sleep after the stream yesterday? Not much. But I did sleep. I've heard that the weaknesses in his positions come from America Bad rather than some principled understanding of things. There is an element of like American diabolism at play in Chomsky's positions, but like it goes a bit deeper than that. Also, the fact that Noam Chomsky reached out to Epstein to help him manage like the fallout of Epstein being outed as like a fucking pedophile, it's really gross. It's really fucking gross. All right. Had a rough morning. Well, guess what? I've got a little bit of news that might cheer you guys up. So, folks, we need to talk a little bit about the fact. Ooh, wait a minute. Pump the brakes. Hold a second. I had a thought. I think I might just roll this into a different segment. I think I'm going to do that. Yoink. There we go. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, record scratch sound. There we go. Stop it, reverse it. It's all good, Ponderous Nerve. Noam Chomsky is more of like a lecturer, thought leader, you know, author. Not so much like a politician, just very, very influential. Chomsky has reasons he didn't say America Bad. That's why I said it's more complicated than that. Do 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 do. All right, folks. Here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about Hassan Piker. Many of you might be aware of him. Azan. All right? He's an up-and-coming streamer who does a lot of left-wing content. And, generally, I think he's pretty all right. Hot take. I think he's pretty all right. Okay? Is he smaller than you now? No, he's not. He's physically larger, and his channel is much larger than mine. However, it is worth talking about him because he's currently the target of essentially the entire centrist media politics apparatus of the Democratic Party. And it is wild to see. I wanted to start out with this clip because recently Hassan went to Cuba. He went to go to Cuba to, talk with people who are living there under the blockade of, oil has not been getting through, though a Russian oil tanker was able to unload oil in the country for the first time in quite some time. But there's been a crackdown by the U.S. on Cuba to try and influence the Cuban people to rise up and overthrow the Cuban government. Basically, all of the right-wing people that you might expect, PragerU, Daily Wire, etc., they're all salivating over the attempt by primarily Marco Rubio to try and end the Cuban regime. And Hassan went there to talk with people to see what was happening there because, again, most people in the United States just don't get that window into Cuban life, what it is like to essentially be blockaded by the United States for decades upon decades in an effort to try and do regime change in your country. And, well, he also then went on CNN afterwards. And let's just take a look at that interview on CNN.
Hassan Piker is one of the biggest social media influencers and political commentators in the world with millions of followers online. He just returned from a visit to Cuba, where he saw conditions on the ground firsthand. Hassan Piker, welcome to The Story Is for the first time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Paint us a picture of what it's like on the ground. What'd you see?
When I first landed in Cuba, I was taken aback by how beautiful everything was. You got the 1950s cars, and it's a tropical island destination. But very quickly thereafter, as soon as we got into Havana, the main city area where people congregate, I couldn't believe the sights that I was seeing. It was very sad. You had homes that looked like they were bombed out. Our tour guide at the time said that this was somewhat of a product of hurricane season and how difficult it is to repair these buildings. And I already had known about the rolling blackouts, and I experienced them later in the day. And it was definitely unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Everything's pitch black. There aren't any traffic lights on. It's crazy, right? But I was taken aback. I was very sad by all the poverty that I saw, and then I was very angry. It was actually Ben Rhodes who told me that I would get very sad when I first went to
Former Obama foreign policy advisor.
Former Obama foreign policy advisor Ben Rhodes, who was formative in the previous normalization agreement with Cuba that Barack Obama had orchestrated, and he was right. It was very sad to see, but then it was very angering. It was very anger-inducing because I felt like there was a lot of potential on this island that we were just robbing the people of, and it's totally cruel and totally unnecessary. And it was part of the reason why I went to Cuba, because I've heard a lot about Cuban organizing, the Cuban government. I'd read a lot about it.
Sure.
I knew about the island's history of developing sovereignty, but I'd also heard about this blockade, right? And I wanted to figure out exactly how this blockade was harming people directly, and in many ways that are indirect, because the blockade itself is designed to be invisible. It's a
Yeah, I mean, like, it is essentially a long-term effort that people in the United States don't really see. Not that much media is allowed to go to Cuba. And not only that, like, we've been doing the blockade for so long that people just don't really think about what it would be like to not have it anymore, right? And Cuba has been denied resources, denied the ability to conduct international trade for a very, very long time. And it is sad, you know? Like, there's no reason they shouldn't be flourishing. None at all. And a lot of this is by design so that the United States has a nearby neighbor that, the neoliberal establishment can point to and look and say, look, their country is failing because they are not neoliberal. They are not like us. They are different because they are explicitly socialist in their at least they claim the label of socialism. And that's just kind of a lie. Not even kind of. It's just a lie, right? It's a comforting lie used for propaganda purposes to basically say, hey, don't become a socialist. Don't even relate to anything remotely close to that, otherwise we will crush you. And it is also done because there are not insignificant amount of expats living in the United States. People who whose families fled Cuba after, the revolution. And it's worth understanding the fact that the Batista regime prior to the revolution, like we're talking like slave plantations. We're talking like the people who tended to need to flee were either fleeing because they were owners of these plantations or because they're trying to escape the colossal amount of poverty that is present in Cuba after, decades of blockades. It is sad. He's right.
system of sanctions is this like bureaucratic nightmare that basically renders it impossible for the island to do regular commerce.
Oh yeah, no, Amber Brains. Owen Jones was extraordinarily on point in his critique of the Biden administration. One of the worst things that Biden did was essentially his adherence to very outdated geopolitical relationships. And so the idea that like Biden was going to, go back to Obama era policies of openness and trade with Cuba, they just never materialized. And it's the same kind dogged loyalty to these outdated geopolitical norms that led Biden to perpetuate the Gaza genocide. Like it is very connected, right?
Just like any other country. Banks can't take out loans from any other banks. And you, as an American citizen, as a matter of fact, have a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do, both on the island or if you wanted to even send money. If you have relatives on the island, it's a very difficult process to like directly send cash payments to your relatives as well. It's totally unnecessary. These rules are so arbitrary, and yet they're so damaging to everyone, to everyday Cuban existence.
What were you most?
And like this is another really big point, because oftentimes Americans who go to Cuba for tourism are only allowed to go to certain hotels. They are only allowed to go certain places on the island, and also like you're watched. Like if you go there, you are monitored by the U.S. government, and it's just worth noting that like there is an attempt to build up wealth in, nominally US aligned businesses in Cuba, where Americans who do manage to go there are allowed to go. But it's a short list,
Surprised by actually seeing it up close and personal?
I was surprised by the resilience. I was surprised by the fact that people, in spite of all these struggles, were still surviving. Right? They had a relatively chill attitude about everything, which was somewhat shocking to me because I feel like I'm a much more high intensity person. But I was also really impressed with the accomplishments that they've made in places like biomedical in the biomedical field.
What do you think is at this point the biggest need? Because we hear like the New York Times reporting about the fact that the power goes off in the hospitals and like.
Also worth noting here, CNN did not upload this to their main channel. This was uploaded to Alex Michelson's channel. Like, CNN did not want to spread this interview around. There is a deliberate effort to bury this particular back and forth.
Babies are having to, be hand pumped to keep them alive in certain situations. I mean, what do you think is the greatest need?
It's oil
on the ground?
100%. And it's actually totally legal for Cuba to trade with other countries. It's just that America makes it impossible. So what is a necessity is for the grid to come back alive. And for that to happen, they need to get oil. And I believe there's a Russian tanker that just docked in Havana as of this morning, if I'm not mistaken, with 730.
But by the way, a second tanker has set course for Cuba. Again, a second Russian tanker.
30,000 barrels of oil, which will provide much needed respite and will allow the Cuban energy grid to survive. They'll still ration it heavily, but this way medicine can be transported on the island.
I want to give you a chance to respond to two criticisms of this trip that have gotten widely reported. The New York Times sort of called you out for the fact that you all stayed in a nice hotel that was very luxurious compared to a lot of what the people on the island are dealing with every day. What's your response to the allegations of hypocrisy there?
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting as well. So we went on a humanitarian aid mission with foreign dignitaries, delegates, advocates, activists, journalists, and the like. It was around 200, 300, 400 people. I'm not exactly sure on the number, but the American government has placed, and this was fascinating to me, we had to get an OFAC clearance from the Treasury Department just to go, right? And the American government has actually created these incredible restrictions that only allow American citizens to stay in four hotels on the island. There are thousands of hotels on the island, but we can only stay in 4. And if I don't stay in a hotel, and these are 5-star hotels, according to the American government, if I don't stay in one of those hotels, I could go to prison for 10 years and have to pay a $250,000 fine.
Wow.
I'm an American citizen.
Yeah.
It's so totally ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it.
And real quickly, there are a lot of people that are watching this, especially places like South Florida, that feel like the regime is repressive, that it's been a terrible regime, that it's killed people, and that what you're doing is propping them up. What do you say to that?
Well, and that's the thing, Brutus Magnuson, right? American geopolitical cruelty, American geopolitical malice, like what is directed towards Cuba, like what is currently being directed towards Iran, it leaves open geopolitical and ideological room for countries like Russia and China to expand their global influence, right? And that's exactly what's happening. The strengthening of these bonds is entirely self-inflicted by the United States. In a way, the United States right now is acting as the best friend of every enemy of the imperialist regime in America. It's crazy. Like it's like the geopolitical equivalent of watching somebody shoot themselves in the foot several times and then look at you with a smug grin on their face and be like, "Huh, that's right. You want some of this?" And it's just like, what are you talking about? Go to the hospital.
I just don't want babies to die. I don't want people to suffer. I think that the difference in opinion as far as like how Cuba governs itself.
Don't Russia and Cuba already get along though? Yes, but in the case of Russia sending aid to Cuba, it's the United States that is aiding Russia to get through the blockade with their oil to go to Cuba, right? So like it's actually emblematic of the fact that like the US Russia arrangement is, I mean, breaking down, but it's being broken down by essentially acts of corruption. You know, it's not a good thing the way it is happening, but it is good that the people of Cuba are going to be getting oil to, you know, transport medicine around the island.
Is up to the Cuban population. I just want, as an American citizen, to stop putting our hand on the scale in this incredibly violent way, because the results are unbelievably violent. Collective punishment is a war crime after all, and there is no other way to look at what we've done, especially as Trump has like basically said the quiet part out loud and restricted all oil from going into the island. It's impossible to ignore.
Yes, it is. And according to what he's saying, it sounds like this
Off topic, what do you think about the Jaden Ivey situation? I have no idea what that is.
story is not going away anytime soon. Hassan Piker, thank you for sharing your views. Great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Like, this is a very nice and cordial interview, right? About to play for you a less cordial coverage of Hassan from one Jake Tapper.
Might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is without question an online influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hassan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not...
He's a midterm surrogate, Gaber G. Don't question it. Don't question it. But I do want you to question, where did Jake Tapper get his talking points? I wonder.
Bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it. We totally put it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
You know, it's Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils.
The Freudian slip of lesser of two Israels is wild to me. Oh my God. That 9/11 clip is going to haunt him till the day he dies. They're going to play it at his funeral.
Compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for...
Yeah, Hassan does call all right-wing people inbred. Not necessarily the best look. But I do think Jake Tapper calling it the lesser of two Israels is very funny.
His comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker...
Oh! Interesting. Hey, Jake Tapper, real quick. You know, you're referencing Third Way here. Just conveniently, Third Way calls on Dr. Abdul El-Sayed to say if he aligns with Hassan Piker's anti-American and anti-Semitic views. And, what's this? Third Way sent a letter to Abdul El-Sayed specifically mentioning America deserved 9/11, the comment about ultra-Orthodox Jews, and, that's very interesting. Comment about being aligned with Hamas, as Jake Tapper put it. Very interesting that 3 of the talking points that Jake Tapper brings up are directly from Third Way. That's so interesting to me.
Jaden Ivey's situation needs to be covered. Yes. He got released by his NBA team because of homophobic remarks, and evangelicals immediately had his back.
I mean, what's to cover there? Like, a homophobe got fired, and then evangelicals loved the homophobia. Like, I'm also just not a sports person, so I don't understand sports very much. I'm not invested. I'll look into it though. I'll see if there's more to it than that. But thank you for the $5 super chat, and thank you for bringing it to my attention and explaining what it is.
Is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs, unquote. Hassan Piker just recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive three-way Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the three candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state. Ardonio.
Jake Tapper said to talk to your kids about this terrible guy making a 9/11 joke, but if you ask a teenager, they'll make 9/11 jokes. 11 jokes.
Yeah, like, this does feel a little bit like old man yells at cloud, kind of, because, like, the kids that weren't alive when 9/11 happened, they've grown up making 9/11 jokes, you know? Like, it's not surprising that, like, younger people are ready to do that. But also, Jake Tapper's audience isn't young people, right? Jake Tapper's audience is pearl-clutching, almost elderly people. Right? I'm confused who this is for, but Satanic Panic, but politics. I mean, what it's for is to scare, like, your mom, your boomer mom and dad. That's what it is. It's to scare more likely groups of voters, right? And, you know, your boomer mom and dad aren't going to watch Hassan and think it's great. You know, like, he's just not their cup of tea. And he never would be. But Jake Tapper and Third Way are relying on that kind of just not cup of tea mentality to, like, fuel voters to be like, ah, yes, you are anti-Semitic because I saw a clip of you on Jake Tapper. You know? Yeah. He wasn't making a joke. He was talking about blowback. He's talking about blowback in a way that is obviously, like, a joke, right? Like, it can be both. It can be both, like, hyperbole and also explaining the dynamic of blowback. I mean, the dog thing, I don't think he's shocking his dog. I've seen people get into this. I looked into it. I just don't think he's shocking his dog. I don't think he has a secret shock collar on his dog. I'm allowed to not like a commentator. You are, and I'm allowed to disagree. That's fine. They always cut off the quote. Well, yeah, of course. They don't want to play anything that's going to make him seem reasonable in a hit piece.
Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want
Okay, real talk though, this jacket is cool as fuck.
Fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified October 7th.
I mean, Hamas is literally a Palestinian resistance organization against the occupation of Palestine. That's literally a descriptor of what it is.
And on and on and on. What does his influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today? And I guess, is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think it's despite those comments a little bit. I mean, back to your first question, what it says.
Also, like, far left political streamer drives wedge into Democratic Party. No, actually, it's Third Way trying to make him a wedge. There's a very key difference, right? Like, there is a difference between someone being a wedge and, like, purposefully being, like, a divisive, presence entity, and a political advocacy organization writing briefs about how awful you are in order to fashion you into a political wedge. Very different, very key distinction. What drove a wedge was Biden supplying a genocide. Exactly, Dragonfly. Like, if you're gonna look for anyone who's the driving force behind a wedge, it's fucking Joe Biden and everyone who sat around saying, like, "Oh no, it's not a genocide. They're not doing a genocide. Just let it keep going for a few more months. It'll be done." And then it cost Kamala Harris the election. We have the data on, like, to what degree the genocide drove voters away from voting for Kamala, and it was quite a bit. You know? Like, the wedge has been in the Democratic Party for years now.
About the party, I think Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed is looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling, and like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hassan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul Al-Sayed to have him come into the state. It's an obvious risk, but he is grasping for votes in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary, and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit and Dearborn.
I mean, he is associating Hassan with the manosphere and the far left. But also, for somebody who is, a relative, like, centrist guy, Hassan does feel far left to people in the center, right? Or who conceive of themselves in the center. And in the American context, right? But also, this is ostensibly, like, Hassan is ostensibly the closest you're going to get to what Democrats have been, like, just yapping for so long. The leftist Joe Rogan. It's just that, again, as I've talked about before, if the left ever got its Joe Rogan, Democrats would hate him. Rather, establishment Democrats would hate him, right? Because Joe Rogan just kind of, like, is a dumb guy who's highly influenceable and who just kind of says whatever. And so for Republicans, that's great, because you just put a Republican on Joe Rogan and, like, he'll nod along and, like, legitimize Republican talking points because they just seem right to him, Hassan is not someone that the Democratic Party can easily control, because what they want when they say we want a leftist Joe Rogan isn't like, oh, a big buff guy has a large following, who resonates with, like, you know, working class folks and can like mobilize people to take political action. What they mean is someone that the DNC can control. They want someone that they can get to nod along thoughtlessly to their ideas. And that is not something that is easy to come by when it comes to popular people on the left. Yeah, and like, I don't agree with Hassan on everything either. With Otro, you know, you disagree with him on his foreign policy views. I also happen to disagree with him on some of his foreign policy views. But like, that being said, he's not the devil.
Dicks. Wide. Pride. Spin dicks. Wide. Bi. Spin dicks. Wide. Pan. Spin dicks. Wide.
Matatiahu,
lesbian,
thank you for gifting
spin dicks,
Forlorn79 a sub.
wide,
Very kind
trans.
of you.
In Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been.
Wait, that's just it, Jack. Hassan is openly friendly with DSA and their work, including DSA's endorsing of socialist insurgent campaigns to the Democratic Party. Exactly. Like, they can't control him, and that's why they're doing hit pieces about him. Like, there's a reason why CNN is doing a hit piece on Hassan and not someone like Brian Tyler Cohen. You know? It's just different. They want organic, but they cannot control organic, and it's a big problem for them.
Suffering there, and I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with American Men project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hassan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is.
Ironically, what this segment is going to do, and what CNN and Jake Tapper's hate boner for Hassan is going to do, is make so many more people aware of who Hassan is and and they're going to go check him out and find out what his actual positions are, and they're going to lose even more faith in mainstream media. Like, it's like, I mean, I guess if you wanted to facilitate an exit of people, you know, in the CNN audience, I guess.
And then his favorable rating, he's -9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, "We're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side." Donny O'Sullivan, Piker.
Again, you have to ask yourself, why is Jake Tapper doing a segment where he repeatedly draws upon a centrist think tank that has, by the way, explicitly endorsed things like throwing trans rights and trans people under the bus in favor of, in the name of political expediency? You know, they, like, centrist outfit, you know, the Third Way is effectively out there being like, yeah, look, it's fine to do homophobia, just, you know, as long as you win your elections.
As a Jewish guy, people like these two make my blood boil. They're putting our community in danger because they can't process their parents' and grandparents' trauma and need their blankie, ethno-state.
The fact that in this case the blankie is an ethno-state is genuinely insane. No group needs an ethno-state, because the only way you create an ethno-state is through acts of unimaginably cruel and evil violence. There is no ethical ethno-state.
To respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic, he quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that means. Here is Piker's response.
Whatever that means, it's not a confusing thing to say. Like, the Zionist settler colonial project is bad. The same way, like, American settler colonialism that perpetrated a massive genocide across the entirety of the Americas, including, I might add, within relatively recent memory, you know, and ongoing in, like, the American territories where people have, you know, different rights depending on which territory they happen to have been born into. Like, it's not good. Settler colonialism is bad. It robs people of their rights. It robs people of their dignity. And it is bad when it happens here in America. It is bad when it happens in other countries. And it's bad when it happens in Israel. The fact that, like, there are some people who have talked about Zionism and used it effectively as a way to, I guess, paper over an apartheid state. Like, I mean, my God, Israel just, the Knesset in Israel just voted to have a law where any Palestinian convicted of terrorism will be hung or hanged. I always get those two mixed up. Like, but if Israelis are convicted of terrorism, non-Palestinian Israelis, there is not a mandatory death penalty. And in response to that, Itamar Ben-Gvir, a member of, like, the highest governing body, member of the cabinet, member of the War Council, celebrated. And Itamar Ben-Gvir is a convicted terrorist. So, like, I don't know, that's bad. And people who are supporting the apartheid state of Israel, people who are supporting the growth of the settlements, which, by the way, when you say you're a Zionist, you are aligning yourself with the illegal settlements that have year over year pushed Palestinians off of their lands, pushed borders further and further with the support of the Israeli military, because that is the explicit goal of Zionism. It is to expand Israel's territory. It is what they are currently engaged in right now with their expansionist activities into Lebanon. There's a fucking massive ground war going on, expanding into Lebanon. And, like, it is, you know, I think maybe when you have that view of it, where people who are openly claiming allegiance to this expansionist idea that is killing thousands of people as we speak, and perpetrating ethnic cleansing. There was just a piece in the New York Times the other day we covered about how the Israel's expansion into southern Lebanon is coming with explicit orders to ethnically cleanse the entirety of southern Lebanon of Shiite Muslims. And that order is coming from the Israeli military. That is also part of the Zionist expansion of Israel. And so, like, yeah, a streamer calling someone a Zionist pig dog for being in favor of that expanding apartheid system that is perpetrating genocide, it's not that difficult to figure out why someone might be called both a pig and a dog over supporting such an ideology. I don't know. It seems pretty obvious to me.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been
like a CNN crew just the other day got assaulted by the Israeli military for covering settler colonial violence against Palestinians. It's on camera. We covered that the other day as well. Happening in the West Bank.
Swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology. And it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah.
Yeah, I mean, Jake Tapper is trying to smear Hassan as a anti-Semite. That is the goal of this segment.
There's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out in places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. These are the tropes they use. And then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub-Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to, and is the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live.
Okay, but you're the one making the connection here. Like, the idea that, like, well, all Jews have a connection there. Like, that doesn't justify the apartheid state. That doesn't justify the actions of the state of Israel. Like, at a certain point, we need to be able to criticize the actions of a state and recognize there's a difference between that state and the people it is claiming to be creating an ethno-state for, right? This would, like, just as a thought experiment, as an example, right? Say a new country rises out of the Pacific Ocean and white nationalists claim it and they create a white ethno-state over there, okay? And, like, that doesn't mean that all white people have a connection to that place. You know? Well, let's say it's even the mythical Atlantis that Plato wrote about. It's always been a homeland for white people. Like, that doesn't make it a place we're all intrinsically connected to. It doesn't mean that if you criticize the governance of Atlantis, that in fact, oh, well, you just hate white people. That's not what that means. This argument is so dog shit, and I see it all the time.
Live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media.
I don't think Hassan has ever said that. Even if you wanted to be incredibly uncharitable, Hassan has never said that. Or even implied it.
And, you know, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able...
Hassan has actually said explicitly the opposite. I know this because I've watched some Hassan clips of him saying the opposite. Like, consistently, his position on Israel throughout the entirety of the Biden administration was essentially that Biden could end the genocide in Gaza at any time by simply calling Israel and exerting U.S. Political influence. But Biden didn't, and it was one of the biggest failures of his administration, right? He is, in fact, doing the opposite of implying that the state of Israel is secretly controlling the United States. This Jonah guy just wants to force the viewer to believe that Israel equals Jews. I mean, that is what he is explicitly arguing right now, yes.
To sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways, when really his impact is just as harmful as any out-and-out anti-Semite. Just, he's got a different name.
Is it really? Like... frankly, I just think that this is kind of an evil argument to make. Like, there is no honest way to make this argument unless you are deeply deluded and deeply, deeply on board with the settler colonial project that Israel has engaged in.
And he comes from a different wing of politics.
It's interesting. Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president, or who might run for president, if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing to.
I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan. It's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hassan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart, and they would have a spirited debate, as we say in politics. The difference is going out to campaign with somebody, and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's the difference. I think candidates should be able to go on to podcasts with people who disagree with them. But yeah,
Man, I love that these guys are like, whoa, being on stage with someone, that's a step too far. But going on their podcast and talking about them in glowing terms, that's fine. That's a-okay. And I know you got to say that because you got your Gavin Newsom having Charlie Kirk on his show. You got your Gavin Newsom having like a whole who's who of conservative shit heels on his show. Just talking about how his children love that conservatism. Also, yeah, Rahm Emanuel is absolutely dog shit as a candidate. He's only being put in there as like so that like conservative think tanks like Third Way can have wet dreams about like a fucking Republican being in office again, but under the D label.
I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fast.
Yeah, this Gavin Newsom had Steve Bannon on his podcast. Steve Bannon, the guy who was literally fucking Sieg Heiling last year.
You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC, but also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor here, the more Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028, they're going to have to confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about?
Also, I'm just curious, does every politician have to like denounce any of the past statements that, like, I don't know, Jake Tapper may have made? Like, if they go and talk with Jake Tapper, do they have to denounce like every statement that is wrong and stupid that Jake Tapper has ever made on air? I don't know. I don't think so.
About the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get it chummy and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being here. Great. What a great time to be in LA to have you both in studio. Really amazing.
Thanks, Jay.
The U.S. Army.
Jesus. Anyway, I did just want to point out here that we're talking about Third Way. And if you might remember, last year, I also talked about Third Way having a retreat that was attended by several different prominent Democratic politicians. And it was their 2025 comeback retreat. And I believe we've also confirmed that Gavin Newsom was one of those politicians. So Gavin Newsom kowtowing to Third Way is not unexpected. But yeah, in early February 2025, Third Way gathered a group of highly experienced and passionate political professionals over 1.5 days to begin to chart the Democratic comeback. As part of this retreat, attendees participated in breakout sessions to deliberate on why Democrats are struggling with working class voters around cultural issues, the nature of the economic trust gap with this critical group, and ideas for how to address both problems. Takeaways on why Democrats have a cultural disconnect with the working class. Overemphasis on identity politics is the number one thing. Many working class voters feel Democrats prioritize niche identity-based groups with overbroad unifying messages, making them feel excluded rather than included. For Third Way, this was trans people. This was trans people. This was related to, at the time, back in February of 2025, if you guys remember, the entire Democratic Party, specifically more conservative members of the Democratic Party, people like Seth Moulton, etc., were going around on the news talking about how, they didn't want their girls playing with boys in school on the sports teams. Because they saw like the Harris is for they them ad, the famous Trump ad that Democrats had like a full-on meltdown about because they thought it was so effective, right? And so the number one takeaway here was just trans people are bad. We need to get rid of the emphasis on trans people. When again, Kamala Harris didn't say transgender one time during her entire campaign. She didn't talk about trans people one time during her campaign. 2, the faculty lounge problem. Democrats are often viewed as judgmental, out of touch, and dismissive of those without elite education or progressive views. This makes the party seem disconnected from everyday people. Okay, so we need to be open-minded, and also we need to be dumb, and also we need to be we need to get rid of those progressive views. You know, if you have too many progressive views, you're out of touch with working class people. God. Failure to prioritize economic concerns. While voters struggle with jobs, wages, inflation, Democrats are seen as more focused on cultural and social issues rather than on economic progress and opportunity. Kamala's for they, them. Well, yeah, no, Seth Moulton has come around because he's an opportunist. He is still at heart a conservative Democrat, but he is one that is capable of recalibrating and reading the political wind, you know? Weak messaging and communication. The party's language is often vague, politically incorrect, and overly intellectual, making it hard for working class voters to connect with Democratic policies. I just want to say, like, the way this entire document and this entire organization talks down to working class people is disgusting to me. You know? Oh, the Democratic Party is using words too big. Must use small words for worker to understand. Like, are you kidding me? Jake Tapper, you're just gonna blindly regurgitate this organization's, like, talking points? Disgusting. Fear of dissent within the party. Democrats are perceived as intolerant of internal debate, where questioning progressive orthodoxy results in backlash rather than open discussion. Candidates and operatives need to feel more comfortable just saying no to activist groups and unpalatable far-left ideas. You know, it's really strange to me how Third Way has all these talking points. You know, ostensibly a way of going not left, not right, but a third middle way. It's weird how so many of these talking points are about the problems of adopting progressive left-wing ideas and how you need to be stupider. You need to be stupider and less progressive and left. But nothing about being less conservative. Weird how that works, huh? Jack, why do big word when small word better? I mean, it's genuinely the Kevin bit from The Office. Yeah, also, holy shit, the idea that, like, Democrats are afraid to debate progressives in the party. Are you kidding me? The Democratic Party works overdrive to suppress any kind of progressive sentiment, let alone, like, socialist or leftist sentiment in the party. My God. Attachment to unpopular institutions. Democrats are seen as defending elite institutions, academia, media, and government bureaucracy, while being critical of institutions working class people value, like churches, small businesses, and police. Like, man, the idea that working class people don't want don't want their kids to go to college or don't value the media. Like, what are you talking about? Are you kidding me? This is like if you took the biggest fucking stereotypes and tried to make policy around it. Allowing the far left to define the party. Look, as somebody who is a socialist, I wish that the far left defined what the Democratic Party was. If I could define what the Democratic Party is, groups like Third Way would not be able to function. Like, they would be seen as pariahs.
I've been really interested in the history of the Jewish Labor Bund, its anti-Zionism and the Yiddish language, music lately, especially in light of the continued conflation of Jews and Zionism.
Yeah, I don't know much about the Labor Bund, but I have been seeing it pop up more and more, so I'll have to look into that too. PC Schwartz, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. And I also just have to say, like, the Democratic Party is too reactionary rather than provocative. Democrats often let Republicans set the terms of cultural debates instead of clearly defining their own positions in a way that resonates with voters. Because Democrats, by and large, have been content to be in defensive cultural positions for a very long time. Like, there's probably no better position, no better example of this than on abortion rights. Democrats had the option to formally protect abortion under Obama, and they didn't. They didn't because they wanted to use it as a political football in the 2016 election. Full stop. Right? Like, they wanted to be in that defensive posture. They wanted to be reactive because being reactive takes less work than being proactive. Being proactive means you have to chart a vision for a better future, and that's hard when you want things to stay the same, maintain the status quo, and make those big dollary dues from your biggest donors. Over-reliance on buzzwords and political correctness. Terms like pregnant people. Oh, okay, we got an Anna Kasparian writer here. And Latinx alienate working class voters who see them as out of touch with real-world terms and vocabulary. I'm sorry, but the idea that Latinx and pregnant people lost Democrats the election is laughable. This is affected this is affected maybe 0.5% of Democrats. And when I say affected, I just mean they've encountered it, right? Like, in the wild, not on like Fox News or whatever. They've just encountered it in the wild. And guess what? People do not give a fuck about that if you are offering them something like Medicare for all. If you have the option between a world where you have Medicare for all, but sometimes doctors talk about pregnant people, or a world where you don't have Medicare for all, and doctors never talk about pregnant people, then like 99.9% of people are going to choose the Medicare for all world because they want that fucking healthcare. God, it's so stupid. Lack of a positive national identity message. Democrats focus too much on America's flaws, racism, sexism, and inequality without acknowledging the country's progress and potential, making them seem pessimistic and unpatriotic. Takeaways on why Democrats are not trusted by the working class on the economy. Because Democrats are seen as vilifying wealth. This is all so fucking stupid. I can't. I'm done with this. There's a segment on my channel where we went through a bunch of this from last year. Dig it up and look at that if you want to. But like, it's so dumb and so lazy. And this is what Jake Tapper is using to fuel his persecution of Hassan, and by extension, the far left. Anyone who claims the label of socialist, anyone who claims to be against the genocide in Gaza, against the expansionist war into Lebanon. It's very, very awful. And I do have to say, shout out to Zateo, okay? Zateo over here doing incredibly good work. And you know what? One of the few mainstream publications I would, well, not even mainstream, independent publications that I would recommend you support is Zateo. Zateo's been crushing it under Mehdi Hassan. They've been onboarding so many talented writers and journalists, and they are one of the few organizations out there correctly calling out what Third Way is trying to do here with Hassan. The campaign against Hassan Piker is about crushing the left. Yes, absolutely. Third Way, which is funded by billionaires and corporate interests, has been quite open about its broader goal and ongoing campaign to marginalize the left. Quote, "We will be the chief opponent of the left in the 2028 Democratic presidential primary," the organization's president, John Cohen, recently pledged. Asked to define the kind of lefty candidates Third Way doesn't like, he pinpointed politicians who, quote, "are for Medicare for all, the Green New Deal, abolishing ICE, and open borders." Cohen told the New York Times that Third Way will probably spend 30 million to 50 million towards this campaign over the next few years. We're talking like a big money organization. This is not like a small little just a bunch of little birthday boys. This is a fucking conservative op. And Jake Tapper is complicit with it. Likely because he's trying to angle for a better primetime slot for his show as we get closer to CNN being taken over by the Ellisons. Okay? Like, Zateo's doing good work out here. And I will say that I think Third Way is fighting a losing battle. Okay? I think Third Way is fighting a losing battle. And I wanted to end this on some good news. Okay? The reason I think Third Way is fighting a losing battle is specifically because of this story that crossed me today. New York polls are full of warnings for Chuck Schumer. This piece from Axios is great. Unfortunately, I can't show you the full thing here, but long story short, Chuck Schumer has gone from around 53 or 56% support in his district to around 40% support, like in just the last few months here. Like, Chuck Schumer is losing his grip on the Baileys. He's losing his fucking imaginary constituents. That's how bad things are going for Chuck Schumer. And Chuck Schumer is basically Third Way's wet dream of a political candidate. Like, Chuck Schumer is out there being a centrist as humanly possible, supporting, the Iran war. He is out there dragging his feet when it comes to any kind of meaningful check on Republican power in Congress. And it's frankly just embarrassing. It's embarrassing to the point that, like, he's polling like Trump is, but in his own district. It's crazy. But he's got the TikTok. I mean, he is posting on the TikTok, but I don't think it's enough to save him. I don't think it's enough to save him. And I want to point out that he's up for re-election in 2028. If his trajectory continues, he is not going to be reelected, let alone maintain his role as like the leader of the Dems in the Senate. And so it is not a good sign for Third Way when Chuck Schumer is slipping in the polls. Okay? Chuck Schumer is why we need AOC to run for Senate. I put a video up the other day. I think she is going to run for president. I don't know who's going to run against Schumer in 2028. Maybe we'll see, maybe we'll see one of the one of the New York City up and comers. But like, I think that she's going to run for president, and I do think that whoever runs against Chuck, he's not going to be speaker for the Democrats. Okay? Or majority leader for the Democrats. NYC DSA needs to endorse her as well. She just got their endorsement the other day. She went to a digital town hall for New York City DSA the other day and got endorsed. And also formally pledged to New York City DSA that she would not vote for any kind of arms for Israel, including Iron Dome munitions. Yep, for real. Talked about it the other day. Hopefully they can give Hakeem Jeffries the boot. As far as I know, Hakeem Jeffries is doing still pretty okay in his district. But we'll have to see. Do you like AOC's chances? AOC is the only candidate who is more popular than Kamala Harris in potential 2028 runs. So I think she has a pretty good shot. Also, Pat C. Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated. But yeah, folks, we're starting to look ahead a little bit. And granted, we are not going to get any formal announcements for who's going to be running for president until like February of next year. But it's on the horizon now, especially with midterms not that far away. You know, we're 3 months into the year now. We're looking at like, you know, another 5 months and we're going to be at election time. So, you know, we'll have to see. But if you want to be ready to help candidates, if you want to be ready to help ensure that leftist progressive candidates are able to beat the lobbying money of Third Way and the other groups like it, you got to start organizing now. You got to start, you know, embedding yourself in your local Democratic meetings. You got to start organizing with your local DSA. You got to start showing up. 95% of organizing is showing up to the meetings, okay? And those meetings can happen once a month, once every other week. Like, just start showing up, okay? You can make a huge difference if you just show up and if you are consistent, if you prove yourself to be reliable, if you become known by the people who go to these meetings and in turn know them. Like, that is how we build up our organizing capacity. And those ties, they are the bedrock upon which our movement is built. Go to the meetings and organize. Okay, folks? So if you need help taking your first steps on that journey, because I know it can be really intimidating, consider joining our Discord and reaching out to Gamergy for help getting started with your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help getting started with your local Dems. We have chats in our Discord where you can participate and talk about organizing in DSA or organizing with your local Dems. We also have some private signal chats that you can join as well. Again, just talk to Gamergy or Dragonfly about those. And also, folks, if you don't want to join Discord for whatever reason, you can head over to riverboat.gg and talk with them over there. So please, we want to help you get involved, all right? We want to help you start showing up. So all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And also, folks, check out ImagenaOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. And it's also elegant, sexy, and you know what? It will fit. So check it out. Also, we're getting closer and closer to having new styles, sizes, and colors. So please check it out. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Whew. We did it. We made it through a segment. Also, folks, I was recommended this stream after Matt's. Hell yeah. Also, folks, just a reminder, we've been going for over 3 hours now. Please consider liking the stream, hit that subscribe button, and also click the goddamn button. Hell yeah. Max Danger, thank you for gifting a membership. Isn't the first step finding a candidate that doesn't support Israel? Yes, which is why I am encouraging you all to get involved with your local Democratic parties now so that you can stop them from putting up candidates that are bought and paid for by AIPAC. Okay? Like, when you are in the room, you can help stop that from happening. Right? Like, getting involved in building up the local power, it's not just for keeping one another safe, though it does do that. It's not just for building up your own ego, though it does do that. It's not just for building up a circle of friends in your social circle, no, though it is good for that too. It's for building up power. This is how we build and facilitate people power, right? Part of the problem here relates to your previous segment. Corporations are trying to keep control over the Dem Party, the rich and the powerful, so that's why they attack the left, which is opposed to oligarchy. Yes. Which, again, we don't have the money to fight them, but we do have the people to fight them. And last time I checked, if you put $1 million in a ring against, one guy, that one guy going to win that fight. Money don't do shit without people. Hope for the love of humanity, you guys figure this out. Boomers and Gen X have lost the fight. God, that's not true. The fight is eternal. The only way you lose is if you give up. I believe in never giving up. We have been, by awareness of the problem, we have been locked into a struggle that has spanned millennia, and we will do our part to continue that struggle for freedom of working people everywhere. Boo. I'm not convinced Sake doesn't have the money to fight them. Maybe so. Some of us are not lost? Hell yeah. Hello, Sunday Worship. Also, folks, appreciate all y'all being here. How you doing? We've been talking about a lot of shit. You guys doing okay? Cause you know what? Let's have a little bit of a palate cleanser. Okay. Just a little palate cleanser. Here is a trailer for a hand-drawn film called Axolotl. And it is about the drive for an axolotl to find his family.
Hello? Where is everybody? My family, I think this is where my family is. They were taken from me. I've been looking for them for so long. Wow, you're all alone too? What's happening to everyone's family? I think you're ready, little guy.
Just a cute little hand-drawn animation film coming this fall. It reminds me of Ponyo. It looks so cute. It's gonna make me blub, isn't it? Maybe so. Here's a link to it for you guys to check it out. I mean, I've done strategy sessions with elected members of Minnesota. Jack has talked about on stream. You get these places by starting doing. True. I'm gonna die if I don't see that. Isn't it beautiful? The team at Studio Fresco Animation says we are comprised of a team of many artists who have worked for Disney, Pixar, WB Studios around the world, and this film is 100% hand-drawn without any stupid AI. That's an official statement from the studio. Hell yeah. Jack, have we avoided the Rob Schneidering? Excellent question. Excellent question. Have you avoided the Rob Schneidering? Well, we are currently sitting at 158. And we still have 2, possibly 3 segments left. So, not quite yet. You guys need to hit 200 subs. Each sub, $5 dono or its equivalent. You guys have gotten remarkably close. But, can I heckle Rob Schneider like I'm Statler and Waldorf? Of course you can. Who reminded her? Who reminded her? There was no reminder needed. I remember everything. Jaden Ivey is not a sport. I cannot begin to tell you how deeply frustrating it is to have somebody try and explain to me that, like, I need to care about a story that I've already told you I'm going to look into. It's very frustrating. I'm not going to, like, pull my entire take out of my ass before I look into the story. It's playoff season 2. I'm sorry. Okay, you're forgiven. It makes sense now. I know people are very they get very particular about playoffs. We are heckling a bunch of I heckle Riverboat Jack like I'm Statler and or Waldorf. You guys do heckle me like that. Nah, Ethan, you're all good. You're all good. I got a little bit frustrated, but then you made that comment about the playoffs. It made a lot more sense. Based NBA for firing bigots, to be honest. You know, I never would have thought the NBA has it in him, you know? No, please, you don't understand. Schneider emits enough divorce radiation to kill a horse. Everyone, please check out Cosmopolitics. She's amazing. Of course she's amazing. That's why I rate into Cosmopolitics. Also, you're in chat. Hello! Hope you're doing well. Everyone should go check her out. Where are you going to heckle Rob Schneider? Like a restaurant or something? No, right here in this chair. I'm gonna heckle him. I'm gonna go heckle. Heckle. Can people stop slacking off? Spancomcat, you gotta chill. You gotta chill the fuck out. This is my show. I've been talking for 3 hours straight. Let me shoot the shit a little bit. It's okay. You ever see the Gigolo movie? That's him. Oh yeah, Deuce Bigelow, European Gigolo, or something like that. I love when you shoot my shit. Yeah, I'm like, pew, 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 pew. Okay. Sorry, Jack, I'm just tired. I'm tired all the time. I get it. Okay, I need to go pee because I had like huge glasses of water before stream, and it's been 3 hours since I used the bathroom. So I will be back in several minutes, 5 minutes tops. And when I get back, we will talk about Pete Hegseth going fucking crazy and doing a purge of the military. So don't go anywhere, folks. Stick around. We'll BRB.
I live here on a Powderhorn Street, where ICE agents walk the beat, with a signing bonus $50,000. When we saw those vicious goons steal our neighbors from their rooms, we went out into the streets and yelled and hollered, "Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis." Very good. Won't you tell her how you stood in the way of Renee Good, how she tried to leave but you were too afraid of her, how she did just what you said, so you shot her in the head for the crime of standing up for her own neighbors. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. I bet you felt so big and strong when Nurse Pretty came along, and he tried to shield a woman you were beating. 6 agents held him down, and you shot him on the ground, and stood around to watch him as he lay there bleeding. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come, let us hear you tell how you serve the country well, gassing children in their schools and cars and houses, and how the nation's great distress can be solved by DHS if you repress the rage your cruelty arouses. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. From the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Thank you so much. My name is Ben Grosscup. Good to be with you today. Thanks for coming out.
Cool. Okay, here we go.
Get my Smith and Wesson on guard. They come for my rights 'cause they can't take my light, and they hate me for shining so bright. They come with their anger, but darling, they ain't never met mine. They're sorely mistaken if they thought I'd lay down and die. Damn cowards had better come right for the fight of their lives. Because these motherfuckers are gonna make me buy a gun. Sore losers, we started a fight that we've already won. If their sin is hate and my sin is love, guess we'll see when it's all said and done. If they're drawing lines, then I know on which side I belong. I should refuse to lose sleep over no nothing sheep, but they come for the land that I love. These damn motherfuckers are gonna make me buy a gun. Had pacifistic notions on arguments open, now I'm taking paths that they flee. There's no higher road, just the one that I load, hidden in the waistband of my jeans. No, we ain't pushing no daisies, still bent as he made me. I'll load my lead pistols with grief. They can't erase that feeling of place, the feeling of arms that know peace. These motherfuckers are gonna make me buy a gun. They wage war on the poor because they know that there's more of us. Well, these wannabe kings can all die in the streets. Now I hear the people start to hum. The price of their greed will be their daughters and sons.
So we are here bringing together the kinds of American music that were artificially separated way back when the recording industry started, and decided because they would cooperate with Jim Crow segregation that had to be separated into white music and black music, even though the West African instrument of the banjo and the Irish instrument of the fiddle were already combining into an American style. So we're here to do a little bit of a family reunion and get this stuff back together, back on track. So this is a song by Bill Monroe, the father of bluegrass, and we'll let these guys do the way it was originally done and then show you what we did with it.
in the sky, up high, do or die, forever with our fists in the sky. I was born most likely to succeed, least likely to give a damn, kill a ton to get it done compared to all decadence. Like Chris and Eddie, if you're ready, time for checking in. The war and famine preceding the pestilence don't need to happen, so ladies and gentlemen, peep the valedictory speech from the board of trustees to the kids on these streets since the days of we three. We keep it deep on these beats like seaweed, deep like the Marianas Trench, the 92 Dream Team's bench. Let's go. Serving like a wench on a track by wrench, so intense it'll make your whole body clench and tighten up like RG Bell and the Drells. Warlock rock, I excel with spells. Drop science like a document of Excel cells to chart the info that my intel tells. Ain't no limit when we put it all together. We be getting through it all no matter what the weather. We be looking good, they be looking like whatever. Long as we got us, we can make it to forever.
What song is this? This is Gangsta Grass, Up High, Do or Die. You might also recognize it as the song that I played at the top of today's show. But this is the live version. Here's the produced version.
Yeah. Gangsta Grass in the building. In the sky. Y'all know how we do it. Most likely to succeed, least likely to give a damn. Kill a ton to get it done compared to all you milligrams.
It's very good. I recommend everyone check out Gangsta Grass. They're cool as fuck. Gotta go to bed too? Yeah, we're getting close to that time, but we gotta talk about Hegseth. We gotta talk about AI. I'll save this story for tomorrow. And, poof. All right. We also, I want to do the Trump story. I think we might have to do the Trump story tomorrow. It's a big one. Just talking about Donald Trump fucking crashing out. Which is, by the way, so little time. Yeah, I've been talking for like 3 hours, and feels like there's still so much to talk about. I really empathize with Sam Cedar being like, we only have so much time to talk about things, and yeah, I do hope you guys enjoy the content. It is sometimes difficult to like lock in and just like talk about shit for several hours every night. Also, John Thomas, thank you for the tier 2 sub while I was away. Very much appreciated. It brings you all to 160. We still have 40 subs to go to avoid Rob Schneider. But let's jump into this Hegseth segment, okay? All right, let's do it. So, folks, we gotta talk about Pete Hegseth, because Pete Hegseth went on just a wild tear today, purging multiple high-ranking members of the U.S. military. Believe it brings the number of generals purged from the military up to 11. And, yeah, but today he fired the Army chief, General Randy George, which, my God, what a name. What a name for a guy. Just Randy George. Not a pejorative, that's just his name. Okay? Anyway. Yeah, so he fired this guy, and the New York Times put together this piece. And it's a fairly good piece, talking about what Randy George has done in his time. But this is out of character, because typically what happens here is the army chief serves out 4-year terms. So this guy was appointed in 2023. Typically, he would have served out a term until 2027. But that didn't happen. Now, why didn't that happen? Well, basically, the New York Times points to the fact that it wasn't due to any failure in his duties, but rather to differences over the direction of the army. In particular, grievances over how the army handles personnel issues, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, we could list off a bunch of the issues that Pete Hegseth has with the army, but I'm going to boil it down real simple like for you guys. And the simple explanation is that Pete Hegseth is a white nationalist, right? And one of Pete Hegseth's pet projects has been to essentially reimpose a kind of soft segregation of the U.S. military. And one of the things, and the difference of opinion between Pete Hegseth and General George was essentially that Pete Hegseth wanted General George to prevent the promotion of four different people to the rank of general. And those four people, two of them were black, two of them were women. And essentially, Pete Hegseth does not want women or minorities climbing the ranks of the U.S. military. And I mean, like that's really what it boils down to here, right? And the New York Times talks about that. Hegseth clashed in recent months with General George and Mr. Driscoll, here the Army Secretary Daniel P. Driscoll, over the Defense Secretary's decision to block the promotion of 4 Army officers to 1-star generals. And essentially, like, General George is portrayed throughout a lot of the coverage of him in the media here as someone who is like, if someone has done their time and has served well and honorably, they deserve to, like, be promoted just like anybody else would be. And Pete Hegseth just thinks that no matter, just thinks that, like, if you are not a white man, you should not be climbing the ranks, essentially. And yeah, two of the officers targeted by Mr. Hegseth are black, and 2 are women on a promotion list that consisted of 29 other officers, most of whom are white men. Like, it's not even subtle. It's just straight up, he's a racist. Now, also of note here, and this got a little bit less press, okay, is that Laura Loomer is the first to break this story last week. And apparently she posted that Pete Hegseth was considering removing General George last week. And Laura Loomer has been instrumental in attacking and degrading Army Secretary Driscoll. So Loomer seems to be someone who's kind of moving and shaking things in the background, as if she's kind of like someone who has a nebulous and ill-defined power over the administration. And another aspect of this story, because it does get weirder, is this element, which does not really get described in detail in the rest of the piece. It's just like one sentence. Mr. Hegseth also fired Major General William Green Jr., the Army's top chaplain. Now, in any other universe, firing the top chaplain of the U.S. military, U.S. Army, rather, would be considered like a career-ending event, right? Especially fired for no reason, right? Like, we're talking no reason given, he's just fired. Now, would any of you like to take a guess as to what Major General William Green Jr. looks like? If you guessed that he was non-white, you would be correct. It's just white nationalism. It's white nationalism, plain and obvious. It's naked white nationalism without the Klan hood, you know? It's depressing to constantly see these awful, evil things happening. You know?
Racist, sexist, Republican. These words are virtually interchangeable.
Thanks, PragerU. Also today, Pete Hegseth went on to fire another general, David Hodna, the head of the U.S. Army's Transformation and Training Command. So, in the span of just today, Pete Hegseth has fired two of the top military leaders in the country and the head of the U.S. Army's chaplains. And it doesn't stop there. It keeps getting worse. Because the guy who is going to replace General George, I keep wanting to call him Randy George, General George, for the sake of professionalism. Well, he's the vice chief of the Army. And for those of you who don't know who that is, well, would it surprise you guys to learn that the vice chief of the Army right now was appointed by Pete Hegseth a month ago? Would it surprise any of you to know that this guy was handpicked by Pete Hegseth and is reportedly someone who is very on board with
If only these
irresponsible
MAGA creeps
violence?
actually had people who truly loved them. But alas, the need for hating people for things they can't control or religion is too much.
Indeed. Indeed. Thank you for the $10 super chat attack on Pony Productions. Very much appreciated. Sounds pre-planned. It does sound pre-planned. To an extent that I'm just kind of like, part of this shakeup seems to me centered around the idea that there are perhaps some institutional barriers within the U.S. military that are putting up some kind of resistance to ever worsening orders coming from the top, from Pete Hegseth, from Donald Trump. And it makes me deeply worried about where this entire conflict is going to go, right? Especially, this is all happening during a war with Iran. Like, Pete Hegseth is firing generals left and right while we are in a state of war. And not only that, guys, this isn't the only insane thing that Pete Hegseth has done today. I'm going to play for you guys a 2-minute video that Pete Hegseth uploaded earlier today. And let's see how this goes over for you guys.
Our great republic was founded on a simple yet bold idea. Our rights as citizens are not granted to us by government, but instead by God. 250 years ago, the Revolutionary War was fought to secure our God-given rights. The Second Amendment to our Constitution enshrines the right of all citizens to carry weapons to protect themselves, their families, and their fellow countrymen. The War Department's uniformed service members are trained at the highest and unwavering standards. These warfighters, entrusted with the safety of our nation, are no less entitled to exercise their God-given right to keep and bear arms than any other American. Our warfighters defend the right of others to carry. They should be able to carry themselves. Recent events like what happened at Fort Stewart, Holloman Air Force Base, or Pensacola Naval Air Station have made clear that some threats are closer to home than we would like. In these instances, minutes are a lifetime, and our service members have the courage and training to make those precious short minutes count. Before today, it was virtually impossible. Most people probably don't know this. It was virtually impossible for War Department personnel to get permission to carry and store their own personal weapons aligned with the state laws where we operate our installations. I mean, effectively, Our bases across the country were gun-free zones. Unless you're training or unless you are a military policeman, you couldn't carry, you couldn't bring your own firearm for your own personal protection onto post.
Oh, he wants soldiers to carry while among the public? No. He wants to allow soldiers to bring their personal firearms onto military bases. That's what he wants to allow them to do. He wants every member of the military who has a personal firearm to be able to bring it onto the military base.
Well, that's no longer. The memo I'm signing today directs installation commanders to allow requests for personal protection to carry a privately owned firearm, with the presumption that it is necessary for personal protection. If a request is for some reason denied, the reason for that denial will be in writing and will explain in detail the basis for that direction. Again, the presumption is service members will be able to have their Second Amendment right on post. Not all enemies are foreign, nor are they all outside our borders. Some are domestic. Confirming your God-given right to self-protection is what I'm signing into action today, and I'm proud to do so.
Wow. So brave. So cool. Also, worth noting, now I don't know if this was intentional or not. Pete Hegseth signed this memo to allow people on military bases, allow soldiers on military bases to carry their own personal firearms. Again, April 2nd. Now, for those who are unaware, April 2nd is associated with private weapons on military bases in a terribly tragic way. Specifically, back in 2014, on April 2nd, there was a mass shooting on a military base known as Fort Hood. I don't know if this was planned or like just an unfortunate coincidence, but literally the Fort Hood shooting, which resulted in 5 people dead, over a dozen people injured, like, was a result of someone having a private firearm on a military base. This shit happens way too much to believe it wasn't loudly intentional. I think it's also intentional. Like, the administration is just evil, Like, again, the idea that, like, well, if we just give all of the soldiers more unregulated and unoverseen guns, it'll make military bases safer. Like, what are you talking about? How does everyone having a weapon on hand make the base safer against, like, mass shooters and whatnot? Like, this is actually insane to me. Like, now no longer can the people who actually are defending military bases identify who is and is not a threat based on who's carrying a weapon. Like, if you thought, well, at least people are on patrol, they'll catch somebody who's up to no good. Now they can't do that because they're just going to see somebody carrying a weapon and it's just like, oh, are you up to no good? Oh, no, it's okay. I'm just open carrying on the base because Pete Hegseth let us do it. Anyway, can you direct me to the place where all the secret files are stored? I need to make sure it's safe. Like, this is fucking nuts. It's nuts. And not only that, it is all happening on the same day the same fucking day that Donald Trump announces what his priorities are going to be for the 2027 budget. And you guys aren't going to believe it. You guys aren't going to believe it. Okay? So Donald Trump is slipping at all the polls. People are struggling in the economy. Things are going terribly in the war in Iran. Like, it's the least popular war that's ever been fought. And like, you know, people can't manage to pay for food. They're struggling to pay for gas. Give the rich more tax breaks? Buckle up, folks. According to Bloomberg, President Donald Trump is preparing to release a fiscal year 2027 budget plan on Friday that will frame his party's midterm election message around a massive defense buildup partially paid for by cuts to domestic agencies. That's right, folks. Donald Trump is going to take Republicans into the midterms while trying to convince Americans that cutting Medicare and Social Security and various other programs and agencies that facilitate them in order to spend more money on the military is the way to go. They are cutting healthcare for war spending. That is the proposal. Worth noting that if Democrats win the election, that budget is fucking dead in the water. So, you know, in case you needed to give Democrats more ammunition and make it easier and easier for them to win in the upcoming elections, like, a vote for Democrats is a vote to make sure you keep your health care. A vote for Democrats is a vote for making sure that your Mima can keep getting her medication. A vote for Democrats is a vote for not immiserating your life so that Lockheed Martin can make another $1 trillion in profit. Like, it's genuinely insane. Like, any Democrat worth their salt will campaign on killing this budget immediately and keeping the government shut down until like a sane budget can be introduced. You know? Like, this is all just this is malarkey. And it gets worse, by the way. It gets worse. I know it sounds like it couldn't possibly get worse. It does get worse, okay? All right. The budget won't address entitlement programs like Social Security and Medicare, which remain popular across party lines, but are mostly responsible for driving up future spending levels, according to a person familiar with the plans. As a result, the 2027 proposal is not expected to include 10-year deficit projections, meaning the White House won't offer a full picture on how it projects the president's policies add to future deficits. So basically, they just, for this particular budget plan, they're just not going to give any projections on how it would affect how much debt the country has. They're basically going to try and sell this idea. Yeah, they plan on lying to everyone. They plan on lying to everyone and omitting data that they know would absolutely damn their budget proposal, which already on its face is damned and condemned to fail, right? It's insane. It's insane. This is the party that used to pride itself on fiscal responsibility, and now they're just like, yeah, no. What, fiscally responsible? I don't know her. Never seen her before in my life. Who is she? Fiscal? I never met her. Yeah, it's really, really bad. Trump has said he's seeking to boost defense spending to $1.5 trillion. He wants to add over $500 billion to defense spending. I need you guys to understand there is no way for him to make that amount of money without cutting Medicaid and Medicare. There is no way. And they've already cut Medicaid. They already cut it. There's there's genuinely no reason to double the military budget. There's no reason to do this. Senate GOP, isn't that fucking dumb? I mean, genuinely, this is the kind of shit that makes someone so unbelievably unpopular, even within their own party, that if Democrats win the House and Senate, there is a very real possibility a budget like this could lead to him actually being impeached and convicted. Especially with the level of popularity he's at, especially as Republicans start looking at 2028. Like, we're talking like this could absolutely obliterate the Republican Party. It is a very real possibility. And keep in mind, a lot of Donald Trump's projection for the previous budget was based on tariffs offsetting the cost of essentially siphoning up everything for the US military. Wait, isn't that a good thing? It is a good thing if it results in like the Republican Party being destroyed. It's just that understand that it's scary to even have this being put into like the ether right now, you know? Also, base notes, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate it. I think almost all of the GOP is going to ride or die for Trump and the GOP till they're elected out. I mean, I think that okay, this might be my rose-colored glasses. Maybe I'm too high on the hopium, but I think right now the GOP is only ride or die for Donald Trump through these midterms. I think as like Donald Trump continues to be unpopular, continues to nosedive in the polls, continues to push the least popular war America's ever been involved with, and that is getting more and more unpopular. And then he puts out something like this that is gonna fucking damage them in the midterms. Like, I think by the time people start announcing for 2028, we're going to start seeing some serious attempts to distance themselves from Trump. And I think that every single one of these elected Republicans is more than willing to throw Trump under the bus if they think it's going to save their political careers. And I do think we will start seeing that after the midterms are over. Because, like, they're going to start looking at him and they're going to be like, well, he's not going to be around forever. He's not going to be in power. He's not going to be president. He's not going to be like a relevant force in politics. And they're going to start trying to think of their own futures. But is JD Vance going to change course? No. Well, yeah, no, JD Vance isn't going to change course, but that's because like he's so fucking sad these days. I was going to talk about this in the Donald Trump segment of the show, but JD Vance, in the middle of the Iran war, in the middle of like a national crisis, right? In the middle of like a government shutdown, JD Vance is fucking off to Hungary to campaign for Viktor Orban. Like, our vice president is literally going to another country to campaign for a different president because he doesn't want to be here. And he doesn't want to handle this shit. Like, he's so fucking mad about what Donald Trump is doing in Iran and how it's cratering his chances of getting reelected that he's literally fucking off to another country for a full week to stump for Viktor Orban. He's still arguing with people on Twitter. Well, he needs something to do. it is, we're just entering into like a death spiral for the Republican Party, really. Anyway, I've gotten a little bit far afield here, talking about like the U.S. military and what Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump are doing with it. But suffice it to say, the consolidation of, white nationalist sentiment within the U.S. military, the attempt to just completely blow through the entirety of the budget of America and put it into the U.S. military, no services, only military. I don't think this is a winning strategy, but it is evidence of like a dying and insane regime. And I do not think it will be able to maintain itself for very much longer. That's why I don't think they're going to ditch Trump. It's a Republican Party problem. They have no solution. They're just going to face huge losses in elections. Yeah, but that's the thing. I think that once they have hit the huge loss mark on a mass scale, the people who remain are going to be very interested in saving their own skin. Because right now, I don't think for Republicans in Washington, their bubble of unreality has been popped. I don't think they're really seeing things with clear eyes. And I think that once they lose, I'm not saying that the fever is going to break and they're going to be like pro-Democrats or anything like that. But I am saying that they are going to be like self-interested enough to try and save themselves. And at a certain point, the Trump brand is so toxic that like they're just going to say fuck it. You'll get a few more Thomas Masseys, I think. And again, that's not me saying like Thomas Massey is a good guy. It's just, he notably broke from Trump and has not given a damn that Donald Trump is attacking him. Don't you think he's doing this for Netanyahu? No, I don't think so. I think Donald Trump is doing it for himself. Donald Trump is doing what he's doing for Donald Trump. He's never done a damn thing for anybody else that he didn't think served him. Like, I think what he's doing, he genuinely believes is in his own best interest. And like, that might be as simple as he just thought it was going to be Venezuela 2. Everyone's going to praise him. It's going to cement his legacy, blah, 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 blah. I don't think it's blackmail. I don't think it's anything as complicated as that. I don't think it's a big scheme. I don't think it's an op. I think that Donald Trump is just a deeply egomaniacal man who is also stupid as fuck and is very easily flattered and was convinced that, we did Venezuela, we could do this, haha. Like, that's it. I think that's genuinely all it took. And that combined with the fact that he's surrounded by yes men who were just like, of course you can take Iran. You could take Iran in one day. Like, that's it. Like, it doesn't matter to them if, sending soldiers to die on Karg Island or sending soldiers on an insane suicide mission to try and extract uranium from Iran. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck if $10 trillion gets wasted in Iran. They don't give a fuck if 10,000 soldiers die in the effort to do these doomed activities in Iran. They don't give a fuck. It's all to flatter Donald Trump's ego so he can be like, look at me, I'm the biggest and baddest and coolest and smartest guy in the room. Look at me, I'm a birthday boy. Yeah, like Zoran Mamdani walked in, flashed his pearly whites, and like Donald Trump's heart fluttered and skipped a beat. If Zoran Mamdani had like just smiled at him a few more times, we might not be talking about President Donald J. Trump. We might be talking about President J.D. Vance. Even Lord Farquaad thinks this is too much? Yeah. I will say pay attention to what Senator Todd Young, a Republican of Indiana, is doing. Famously hates Trump, but almost never blocks Trump's rule. Young tried to buck Trump once last year, and it went poorly for him, so he went back to serving Trump. Senator Young is the guy who will probably ditch first. Also, Indiana has been shifting bluer drastically in local polls, and Young will be up for election in 2028. That is an excellent identification for a canary in the coal mine. God. Canary in the coal mine. Thank you. I will keep an eye on Todd Young. A lot of the motion post-Trump is not going back to moderate. It's saying Trump did not go hard enough. Yeah, I just think that at some point we're going to see like a collision. And I do not think I think you are right in some ways and wrong in other ways. Because I think that the Christian nationalist contingent that is going to break for someone like Tucker Carlson, they're not moderating in any way against Trump, but I do think they are going to turn against Trump, right? And I do think that in the process of turning against Trump and radicalizing farther to the right, they are going to alienate more and more voters. It's not a unified motion, is what I'm saying. Anyway, we have gotten so far off topic. Pete Hegseth is a fucking lunatic. Military bases are about to get so much less safe. And also, Pete Hegseth is basically just set into motion the next mass shooting on a military base. There's no other way of saying it, really. Like, we're going to get another mass shooting, and it's going to be directly blood on Pete Hegseth's hands. And, well, it will give me no pleasure when that happens to point out this segment and be like, I told you so. This all sucks. This all sucks. Reminder, the Medicaid cuts won't go in until next year. I mean, that's also true, Gamer G. When those Medicaid cuts hit, like, I think Republicans are going to be freaking the fuck out. So, all that being said, folks, you need to organize. We need to organize. We need to organize for the upcoming midterms. We need to organize for 2028. We need to be in the room to decide who the candidates are. We need to be part of those discussions. And you can be part of it by just showing the fuck up to those meetings. Show up to your local Democratic meetings. Show up to your local DSA meetings. Okay? Show up, get to know people, and keep showing up. Being consistent in showing up and volunteering for different posts within the party for different roles, taking on more responsibility. That is how you can grow your power and influence on the local level. And I encourage you all to do that, because that is how we get these corporate fucks out of power. That is how we get these people who have been bought by lobbyists and billionaires out of our party. It is by joining your local party, building up your influence, building up your power, and pushing for pro-working class policies. By organizing with local labor, by getting out there, by doing shit, by protecting your communities. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you don't know where to start or how to do that, you can join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats, and reach out to Dragonfly for your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for your local DSA. And if you don't want to join Discord, you can come on over to riverboat.gg. You can find them in this lovely chat over here and ask them questions, and we'll get you signed up to our private signal chat for DSA organizing or local Dem organizing. We got both. You can be part of this community and also organize on your local level, and we can all trade tips and talk about how to organize better. It's great. It's beautiful. I highly encourage you guys to do so. I would love by 2028 for us to have like a team of over 100 people working on bettering our local working class, pro-working class policies and organizing apparatus. Okay? I'll do it in the morning. Hell yeah, Morpheo. Or Murphio. God, why did I call you Morpheo? Murphio. Anyway, folks. Also, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment longer than 8 words. Really helps in the algorithm. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, non-tucking lingerie that fits and is sexy and elegant. Check it out. We got new styles, sizes. and colors coming in the very near future here. So do check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Whew. Who can I talk to about DSA? You can talk to GamerG. GamerG is in the chat. Maybe you're thinking of the blue Morpheo from Venture Bros? I might be. I love Venture Bros. Okay. God. Okay. I'm going to bump this AI segment to tomorrow as well. Hello, Tippy. Hope you're having a good one. I'm 4 hours behind. Wow, we have been going for over 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Click the goddamn button. Who do I talk to help in Trans Unity Coalition? You can reach out to Lady Ringcloud in the Discord.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button.
Hell yeah. Contacted my local DSA, haven't met them out if the no kings. What? Also, if you need help connecting with your local DSA, again, reach out to GamerG. She can help you connect even better if you're having trouble. I don't have a Discord. Then you would have to reach out to Lady Ringcloud, or I guess I can just get you the link to Trans Unity Coalition. transunitycoalition.org. Here you go. There's a link in chat for you. There is a drop-down menu to log in, or not to log in, to volunteer. And you can also contact them and send them an email, see what aspect you can participate in. There you go. Good night, Alan Smith. All right. I got you, Paul the Potato. All right. Man, this segment is messy as fuck. Let's see here. I'm just organizing the segment. Then we'll go. I got one segment left in me. I'd like to. I would like to at least fulfill 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd like to fulfill like 3 of the 4 title segments. Okay. Ethan Johnson, thank you for the $2 super chat. Very much appreciated. DHS doesn't have sex. True. True. Save the Schneidering for another day. I mean, you guys are so close. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Duskframe, thank
Having
you.
a rough day today. Thanks for making content that makes my day a little more enjoyable.
I'm really glad that my content helps you guys. Thank you for the $10 Australian. Very much appreciate it. Benny Local Loves, thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Chat needs to be punished for their insolence. I just, sometimes I am a little bit like, oh God, how is this helping you? But I'm glad that if my jokes and stupid little references make the news more palatable and give my focus on action and your agency help give you a feeling or help combat that feeling of helplessness, then I'm very, very glad. Oh, Solus, yes, I do think that Donald Trump has dementia. My hair is so pretty. Thank you, guys. It's my hair, I feel like, has been responding very well because I've been doing a lot of exercising lately. A lot of sweating, and I think that sweat is giving my hair better waves. I love the structure of your shows so much. When the Segi comes, I lock in like I was in college with some cross chatter. Then in between, we get a bit of joking around. Yeah, it's been a nice change. It took me a while to really figure out how to structure this, but having an editor has really helped. Like having someone who can give me feedback on how to structure the show a little bit tighter has helped a lot. I'm really glad, Max Danger. Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. Hmm. Okay, we're just gonna cut that. Cool. Good morning, Binturong. The bonus of waking up at 2:30 in the morning is making the live streams, and I have a little time to stick around this morning. Hell yeah. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're about to pop into a segment. All right. Here we go, folks. So, folks, let's talk about how Donald Trump is, I would say, in a death spiral. Politically in a death spiral. Like, I don't know exactly how he stops that or even attempts to stop that, but he's circling the drain right now. And everything that has happened over like the last 48 hours has just been, I mean, it's embarrassing in a way that I think is visible to everybody. I want to play for you guys this clip of his advisor, not one of his advisors, the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, trying desperately to really talk Trump up, you know? Let's listen to her completely degrade and own herself while telling what is very clearly a lie to everybody involved.
So my advice would be to encourage everyone in this room to try to be the most well-read person in every room that you're in. That was a piece of advice one of my predecessors, Dana Perino, gave to me before I took this job. She said, you always want to be the most well-read person in the room. And I try to be every day. But Donald Trump always is. That man does not miss a story, let me tell you. He's always reading the papers and watching the TV. He doesn't miss anything anyone says in the whole world. I don't know how he does it and consumes it all. And it's a lot. And, you know, you guys are busy, right? You're students, you're working, you're in school, you want to have fun, you want to live lives. You can't consume every piece of news, but before you get really hot and bothered about something or maybe angry or even really encouraged by something, check other sources and then use your best judgment to sort of balance what the truth is. And unfortunately, that's just the way it has to be done. And when you have that heavy...
we need to play the beginning part of that again.
My advice would be to encourage everyone in this room to try to be the most well-read person in every room that you're in. That was a piece of advice one of my predecessors, Dana Perino, gave to me before I took this job. She said, you always want to be the most well-read person in the room. And I try to be every day. But Donald Trump always is. That man does not miss a story. Let me
Donald Trump can't read. During his first administration, he famously encouraged his advisors to stop giving him, like, readable materials and instead give him, essentially, printouts that are pictures. And now during this particular administration, he's told them to stop giving him, like, written materials entirely. Now he just gets, like, 2-minute long video montages to get him caught up on what's happening. Like, I genuinely don't think he's able to read, or if he is able to read, his skills are a little bit rusty. And you know, just to kind of point this out here, well, we could kind of see how good he is at reading and writing from the quality of his notes that he takes. So let's just take a quick look here at some notes he took and were visible because he wrote the notes with Sharpie, and the Sharpie bled through the paper he wrote them on. And of course, he read this on camera. So, yeah. Let's just, maybe we could zoom in a little bit here. He wrote his little speech. He's just reading off his talking points. But you can see here, including the ballroom, He wrote his notes about the ballroom. Is that a cheat sheet? It's his own cheat sheet, but in his own sloppy handwriting. Like, is it gonna be a dick butt? It would be very funny if it was a dick butt, but no. Anyway, that's the level of literacy we're dealing with Donald Trump, okay? Like, it's not great. It's not great. But let's continue. What else? What's been on Donald Trump's mind this week? Let's what's been on his mind? Let's just check in here. Here's a 40-second long clip.
Because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it, too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up, but it's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection.
So, I talked a little bit ago in a different segment about how Donald Trump's budget proposal for 2027 is let's cut Medicaid, Medicare, any kind of social programs that actually help people. And if the states need to do it, then let the states handle Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, etc. But the federal government is just going to handle the military. And here's a clip of him just straight up saying, well, the federal government is really only military, and you can't expect the federal government to have programs that help children not die. God, that'd be crazy. You can't expect the federal government to handle Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security, the things that the federal government currently runs successfully. Like, Donald Trump is just straight up going out there and saying, I'm going to touch all of the third rails of politics. I dare God to strike me down for doing so. Like, it's genuinely insane. And of course, in all of this, JD Vance is fucking off to Hungary to campaign for Viktor Orban. And we'll see how long he actually stays over there. Allegedly, he's staying there from April 7th to April 8th, but genuinely, I think he just wants to be away from here for as long as possible. So we'll have to check back in with him next week. All that being said here, the main thing, if you look at Donald Trump's Truth Social that he has going on, it's two things. Iran and his ballroom. That's it. Those are the two things on his mind. And that is not the order of importance that he gives to them. Let's take a look at one of his Truth Social statements from just a couple days ago. The National Trust for Historic Preservation sues me for a ballroom that is under budget, ahead of schedule, being built at no cost to the taxpayer, and will be the finest building of its kind anywhere in the world. I then get sued by them over the renovation of the dilapidated and structurally unsound former Kennedy Center, now the Trump Kennedy Center. A show of bipartisan unity, a Republican and a Democrat president, folks. Where all I'm doing is fixing, cleaning, running, and sprucing up. Also, if you have to put quotes around sprucing up, we all know you don't actually mean that. A terribly maintained, for many years, building, but a building of potentially great importance. Yet the National Trust for Historic Preservation, a radical left group of lunatics, whose funding was stopped by Congress in 2005, is not suing the Federal Reserve for a building which is decimated and destroyed inside and out by an incompetent and possibly corrupt Fed chairman. The once magnificent building is billions over budget, may never be completed, and may never open. All of the beautiful walls inside have been ripped down, never to be built again. As we know, walls get ripped down and can never be built again. It's so true. So true, King. But the National Trust for Historic Preservation never did anything about it. Or have they sued on Governor Gavin Newsom's railroad to nowhere in California that is billions over budget and probably will never open or be used? I don't know that the California high-speed rail project has anything to do with the National Trust for Historic Preservation. I don't think the National Trust for Historic Preservation is assigned the duty of overseeing railway construction. But okay, bud. So the White House Ballroom and the Trump Kennedy Center, which are under budget, ahead of schedule, and will be among the most magnificent buildings of their kind anywhere in the world, get sued by a group that was cut off by government years ago, but all of the many disasters in our country are left alone to die. Doesn't make much sense, does it? President Donald J. Trump. Like, this is fucking insane drunk uncle ranting. He's drunkle ranting right now. Okay? Like, this is another insane post, but he has tons of them like this. Tons of them. Okay? Like, he's been talking about this ballroom, but he also has a new obsession, which is specifically what he's going to do with all of this foreign money that's been donated to his Trump Library Fund. Now, you might recall that, he has been receiving donations from foreign countries in order to fund his nonprofit Trump Library not association, but like nonprofit, I guess, is sufficient. Let's listen to him talk about that real quick. What is his library gonna look like?
I got one. Your son Eric posted a photo of what will be the Trump Presidential Library. Yeah. It's a huge skyscraper.
In Miami.
Is that all a library? What else is going in?
No, well, it's a library. It's a museum or a library. It's a presidential, but I wouldn't start it till I'm out of office. I don't believe in building libraries or museums. It's really like...
Audio? Can you guys really not hear that? It's not that quiet, guys. Here. Fuck it.
I got one. Your son Eric posted a photo of what will be the Trump Presidential Library. Yeah. It's a huge skyscraper.
In Miami.
Is that all a library? What else is going in?
No, well, it's a library. It's a museum or a library. It's a presidential.
Just so you know, this is 6 times as loud.
Presidential, but I wouldn't start it till I'm out of office. I don't believe in building libraries or museums. It's really like the Barack Hussein Obama one in Chicago. In not a good location, and it's a very unattractive building that's seriously late and seriously over budget.
I don't believe in building libraries or museums. Okay, then why do you have a nonprofit dedicated to building a fucking library museum?
I think you're going to see a great one here, and it'll go up on time, on budget, best location in Miami. They say it's the best block in Miami, and the state worked with us.
Will people live in the floors?
No, it's going to be most likely a hotel. You know, this concept could be office, but it's most likely going to be a hotel with a beautiful building underneath and a 747 Air Force One in the lobby, which is going to be a trick.
I got one.
It's a museum library, but I don't believe in building libraries. It's going to be a massive hotel. You can't. You have a nonprofit taking this money. You can't use that nonprofit money to build a fucking hotel. Yeah, how the fuck is a nonprofit gonna run a hotel? Why would you put a 747 in the lobby of the building? Why? How would that make it cool? This man is fucking cooked. But, you know, luckily, we have an idea of what it looks like thanks to Donald Trump here. Just real quick, in case anyone's wondering, he posted this on Truth Social, but it's a real website. You can just go there. So if you go to trumplibrary.org, it comes up with this. It's, you know, if you wish to donate more than $10,000, click here. There's literally a $10,000 donate button on this website. The brazenness of the corruption of this is insane. Like, just for this button alone, he should go to fucking jail. But let's take a look at his Donald J. Trump Presidential Library, because guess what? There's a little video here. So let's check it out. That's his library. It's just AI fucking slop. It's AI slop force-fed to his dying, dementia-addled brain. And he's just like, it's gonna have a 747 in it. I saw it in the AI rendering. Can I just say, like, oh yeah, man, this is the place you want to stay as a hotel. The place where it's broadcasting pictures of his speeches on the side of the building with a giant fucking golden statue of him on top of it. Yeah, that's the building you want to stay in when you go to Miami. So the library is just, we put a bunch of planes and aircraft into the lobby because they're museum exhibits. Oh, thank God. It has a golden escalator. Perfect. Nailed it. Remember the golden escalator? We're bringing that from the first building that we rode down that golden escalator. We're gonna put it in this building. Oh my God. Fucking golden statue. Oh fuck. Oh, it's so stupid and fascist. It's crazy. I gotta say this is fucking nuts. Wait, there's like another 10 seconds of the video left. Does something happen? No, it's just awkwardly another 10 seconds long for no reason. Okay, cool. Anyway, that's trumplibrary.org for all y'all. So what, a fake ballroom in Oval Office? I can't tell if it's a fake ballroom or if it's just adding the Oval Office and the ballroom that he wanted for the White House to the library. Genuinely, it's baffling. It's just all AI slop. And I want to also note that it has been approximately 24 hours since this quote was broadcast. And no major outlet has talked about it, really.
Somalia is just terrible. A lot of people say it's the worst country anywhere in the world. They have no money, no nothing. They have no government. They have no police. They just shoot each other all day long. It's just pure bedlam. Probably the worst, most dangerous country. We have some beauties. They go to Minnesota, and they stole $19 billion. $19 billion. And they're low IQ. Generally, I mean, I can generalize. They're low IQ people. They're bad people. They have 94% unemployment. In other words, they don't want to work. You know, get a lot of jobs available, right, with the economy. They don't want to work. Why would they work? And they sold more Mercedes-Benzes than any state in the union because they come here with no money, and they go out. They love a Mercedes-Benz, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes. And I think you're going to get to the bottom of it real easy, and every one of them should be. And Ilhan Omar, who married her husband, married her brother. Her brother became her husband. When she has to check a book, she says, any brothers? One. Any husband? One. She checks 2 people. So on top of everything else, she gets a double income tax cut. She's a stone cold crook, and everybody knows it. And the papers, they have one paper out in particular. The guy made a living writing about her, and I spoke to him. He said, but nobody does anything about it, sir. All you have to do is get his writings from the Indianapolis Star or whatever paper he works for. You don't even have to do anything. This guy spent 10 years investigating that crook, and you got to do something about it, or our people are going to get they're already upset. Takes too long. So JD, you go do it, and Russell, you better do it. Somalia is just.
This is genuinely the most racist thing I can recall him ever saying openly. Like, he just said with his whole chest, you know, like, Somali folks are low IQ. I can generalize. They're low IQ. Like, this is like the most definitional racism. This is the most brute and disgusting racism. This is Ku Klux Klan shit. And like, it's been 24 hours. I haven't seen, like, Jake Tapper, where you at? Like, I know it might not be news to some folks that this guy's a racist. We've all known he's a racist for years. But, like, we should still be pointing it out. We should still be saying, this guy's a fucking racist. A fucking gutter racist. And he should be impeached for this. This is, like, you should be removed from office style shit. Okay? Like, I know that we've got a lot of problems right now, but, like, in addition to all of them, this alone is worthy of pulling someone out of office and kicking their can to the curb. You know? Yeah, a racist and Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Anyway, I needed to talk about that because I'm not seeing people talk about it. It's driving me nuts. Okay? The fact that he just repeats a debunked racist lie about Ilhan Omar marrying her brother, and the room, like, just vilely chuckles along with him, it makes me so fucking mad. It makes me so fucking mad. And in addition to all of this, by the way, Donald Trump is, well, the administration is just going fucking bonkers. There's no other way to say it, right? I saw this story the other day, and I wanted to talk about it a little bit because this is indicative of how the Trump administration is just like fucking beefing it everywhere. I apologize for saying a lot of swear words. I'm worked up, but we've got Pete Hegseth trying to move anti-drone lasers into Washington, D.C. Now, if you will recall, earlier this year and last year, there have been incidents where the FAA has had to shut down airspace around major cities because our different military installations have had to do things like shoot down a balloon from a children's birthday party with one of these anti-drone lasers. That kind of firing into the sky has the potential to hit aircraft. And if that happens, you could damage or destroy a civilian aircraft. Okay? We have an emote in the chat, in the riverboat.gg chat of the laser balloon incident. And like, that has happened not once, but multiple times in just like the last year. Okay? And we have Pete Hegseth now saying, well, let's move these anti-drone lasers into Washington, D.C., a place where lawmakers fly their aircraft into the city. This is a terrible idea. Given the fact that there has been no existing coordination between like the FAA, between the airports, between the military bases, between DHS, who've been flying drones around. Like, this is setting up a tragedy. And it's not even like the biggest thing happening. It's just like another thing happening, right? Additionally, Pete Hegseth, you guys remember we talked about at No Kings, there was a helicopter crew that flew over a No Kings protest and like freaked out all of the protesters, and then apparently flew by Kid Rock's home. And then the army, of course, launched an immediate investigation into that event. Well, guess what? Pete Hegseth canceled that investigation. We'll never know why that happened. Haha. It's just some fun guys. Yep. Just cool stuff. And like on top of all of this, guys, Donald Trump has been getting his ass handed to him in court. So we have like just wild, insane nonsense. Donald Trump is spiraling out about the IQs of different ethnic groups, and like also like just losing his grasp on reality, focusing on ballrooms, etc., etc., etc. And on top of that, federal judges have ruled that he now can be held civilly responsible for January 6th. So he can now be sued. So he's going to be dealing with personal lawsuits directed at him and his behavior from lawmakers as well as from police officers, people harmed during January 6th. And he also got stopped from defunding NPR. He also got like, oh god, yes, my god, sorry. But he also has tried to put an end to mail-in voting, or to put extreme restrictions on mail-in voting. That has been immediately challenged in court, like just the instant it happened. Because again, all of the states in the union have been putting together legal defenses against what Donald Trump is doing now. Like, people have had over a year to prepare, and they're ready to fight this guy in court. Okay? They've known this has been coming for a long time. And this guy's going to lose. Like, he's going to lose when it comes to mail-in ballots. Like, we have had vote by mail forever in this country. And then we have the birthright citizenship case. Now, I know a lot of people have been on edge, myself included, about how this case was going to play out in front of the Supreme Court. The fact that the Supreme Court even took it at all. Was Hegseth fired? No, of course not. Hegseth is doing everything Donald Trump wants him to do. Now, of course, this Supreme Court, it was a big question about which way this case was going to go, right? And so, of course, the day before SCOTUS heard oral arguments, Donald Trump announced, oh yeah, by the way, I'm going to physically be in the courtroom during this particular oral argument. And so he was. And the day before, this is how he was talking about them.
Obama and Biden. I don't care how good your case is. You can have the greatest case ever. They're going to rule against you. They always do. And it's not supposed to be that way. Now, the Republicans tend to be very different. They want to show how honorable they are. So a man can appoint them and they can rule against him. It's so proud of it. We're so proud we ruled against Trump. We're so proud. We're above it. There are those that say that's wonderful, and there are those that say they're so stupid. But the Democrats never fail at one thing. When Barack Hussein Obama or when Biden appoints somebody, they go along that line. You can have the greatest case in history. And almost, I guess I have to say almost, maybe I don't have to say it, almost without fail, those people, 4 of them, sometimes 5 of them, but 4 of them will vote against you. You don't have a chance. You don't have a chance. And that's not what the court system is. Now, the Republican appointees tend to go, and this has been long before me, this has been for many years. Some people would call it stupidity, some people would call it disloyal, some people would say they're right in doing it. And I don't mind being right, but the other side almost never does it. Almost. Obama.
That's just him riffing and calling the Supreme Court justices disloyal for not voting for him on colossal cases on matters of law. And of course, this is all after he puts out this statement. Birthright citizenship has to do with the babies of slaves, not Chinese billionaires who have 56 kids, all of whom become American citizens. One of the many great scams of our time, President Donald J. Trump. Like, let's just, take a moment here and acknowledge that birth tourism is basically not a thing, right? Here is an excerpt from an NBC post. Or not an NBC post. Sorry, a 2011 piece from someone who is now the editor-in-chief of a website called The Unpopulist. And Time magazine reported last year that of all babies born in 2008 to at least one unauthorized parent, over 80% were to moms who had been in the United States for over 1 year. Actual instances of birth tourism where moms expressly came here to deliver babies on American soil accounted for about 0.2% of all births in 2006. And most of these moms were not poor, illegal Hispanics. They were rich Chinese moms on tourist visas. But like the idea that we should just overturn the understanding of birthright citizenship because there are some people who happen to come here to have babies so that those kids can grow up enjoying like American citizenship is wild. The idea that we should be so afraid all the time of like, people being born in this country is wild to me. But I also want to point out this story from 2018. Birth tourism brings Russian baby boom to Miami. That's interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Social media is full of Russian women boasting about coming to America to give birth, sometimes staying at Trump properties. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Huh. Let's see here. Do we have a fun little picture here? There was a picture going around. Yeah, here we go. In a twist, as the Daily Beast first reported, condo buildings that bear the Trump name are the most popular for the out-of-town obstetric patients. Although the units are subleased from the individual owners, and it's not clear if building management is aware. But also, I wanted to point out here if there is a good image I can grab. I'm looking for... Where you at? Ah, here we go. Here's the image in particular that I was looking for. This was, might not have been known to building management, but it was well known enough that they had specific marketing materials for this to happen. It is bizarre, it's racist, it's fucking nuts. The idea that we should be destroying our constitutional rights in order to cater to these fringe cases is bizarre, frankly. And of course, the arguments in front of the Supreme Court went terribly for the Trump administration. Like, they went terribly for the Trump administration. I want to highlight just this exchange highlighted by Aaron Reichlin Melnick, senior fellow at the American Immigration Council. Gorsuch follows up. Do you think Native Americans today are birthright citizens under your test? The Trump administration official says no. Gorsuch responds that because his test is domicile of the parents, so why not? Wouldn't tribal Indians domiciled in the U.S. be birthright citizens? Then the Trump administration official says, yes, they probably would be. But, like, when you've lost Neil Gorsuch when it comes to indigenous people, you've lost the case, right? Like, Gorsuch has weirdly been decent on indigenous issues. But like the Trump administration seriously tried to argue to the Supreme Court that indigenous Americans are not do not have birthright citizenship. The racism of this administration is off the charts. And I want to let you know, luckily the vibe of this particular Supreme Court argument seems heavily skewed towards the pro maintaining birthright citizenship side. I want you to listen to this audio exchange from the courtroom.
This in your opening, that if we agree with you on how to read Wong Kim Ark, then you win. So that could be if we did agree with you on Wong Kim Ark, that could be just a short opinion, right? That says the better reading is respondent's reading. Government doesn't ask us to overrule, affirmed.
Yes.
That's that. Then last question though, why would we do this in your opening?
Like when Brett Kavanaugh is just like, we can be lazy if we agree with you, right? Like we can just write a short agreement and like go home. Like she's just like, yeah, you can. And then the entire courtroom laughs. Like it is a fucking joke that the Trump administration is trying to push here. And I wanted to highlight this particular thing, which was put forward by an individual by the name of Evan Bernick, who is an associate professor at Northern Illinois University College of Law. Here is a law review from the Yale Law Journal of 1921. All right. So during the course of arguments, the Solicitor General of the United States, I believe his name is John Sauer, cited this, okay? This particular segment. Wong Kim Ark did not directly decide the precise point that persons born in the United States of aliens who are mere sojourners or transients are citizens of this country, since in each of these cases the parents were domiciled in the United States, so that it was not an issue. So this is what was cited in Wong Kim Ark. This is why Gorsuch was asking the Solicitor General about Native Americans, about indigenous people, right? Because the domiciled argument was what the Trump administration was trying to really home in on. Like the idea that like, well, you have to be domiciled here in order to get citizenship. Right? But Evan Bernick here points out that if you will direct your attention after this particular sentence ends, the paragraph continues. However, weirdly enough, John Sauer didn't quote the next sentence. I wonder why that might be. However, both of those decisions relied to a considerable extent upon the decision in Lynch v. Clark, in which the person concerned, who is declared to be a native citizen of the United States, was born in this country of alien parents who were mere sojourners. What is more important, all of these decisions were based upon the theory that the law of citizenship of the United States was taken from the common law of England, and the latter makes no distinction between persons born in the country of alien sojourners and those born of domiciled aliens. Essentially, everything that comes after the sentence that the Solicitor General was trying to argue in front of the Supreme Court directly contradicts the Solicitor General's own arguments. So, it's pretty patently obvious how full of shit their arguments are, you know? It's really, really bad. And here is the lawyer for the ACLU who argued in front of the Supreme Court. And let's hear her closing thoughts here. after leaving the courtroom.
I just came out of the Supreme Court of the United States after arguing our birthright citizenship case, Trump versus Barbara. It is a nerve-wracking experience to argue any case in the Supreme Court, and especially one as weighty as this one, where the President of the United States is taking aim at a cherished American tradition and individual right of citizenship based on your birth in this country. I myself am a 14th Amendment citizen because my parents had not yet naturalized when I was born. So I walked in today with the spirit of my parents and so many people's ancestors. In that first generation of Americans, whether they naturalized or not, I consider them all Americans. They came to this country with hopes and dreams, and they gave birth to future Americans, and that's us.
It's you know, it's just nice when, you know, it's nice when maybe we win one, you know? And like we're not going to win every single fight, sadly. Because the Trump administration did win a very disturbing requirement that the government put out there, which is specifically from Pennsylvania. Here. Essentially, the Trump administration went to UPenn and demanded a list of all Jewish faculty and all Jewish students at the school. They did this a while ago, back in July of last year. Well, a judge has ordered the university to comply with the subpoena. So the university has to turn over a list of all Jewish students and faculty. And like, I don't know about you guys, but it's really fucked up that this is happening, and there's not really any given reason for it to happen. Yeah. Here is a quote from the judge. For their legal arguments, respondents contend the charge of discrimination is invalid and the subpoena violates the United States Constitution in various ways. But the charge is valid and the Constitution claims are easily dispensed with, according to U.S. District Court Judge Gerald Peppert. So, yeah. He argued that Penn, along with other campus groups involved in the litigation, significantly raised the dispute's temperature by implied or even expressly comparing the EEOC's efforts to protect Jewish employees from anti-Semitism to the Holocaust and the Nazis' compilation of lists of Jews. Such allegations are unfortunate and inappropriate, the judge wrote. And I just want to say, how on earth are the comparisons inappropriate? The government is literally demanding a list of Jews from the university. Like, I don't... Like, the government is just saying, oh, we intend to protect them with this list. And it's just like, what? God. The university issued a statement via their spokesperson. We continue to believe that requiring Penn to create lists of Jewish faculty and staff and to provide personal contact information for them raises serious privacy and First Amendment concerns. And the university added that their university system does not maintain any such list. I genuinely, this case baffles me, and nothing good can come about from this whatsoever. And I wanted to let you guys know that also as we look forward to the future, and part of the reason why I keep telling you guys we have to get organized right now, is so that we can stop what the Trump administration is trying to do and what the think tanks that prop up the Trump administration are trying to do. Many of you might recall the Heritage Foundation putting together a Project 2025, right? Essentially a program that they have followed pretty closely to dismantle American democracy. Well, guys, they're coming back for a Project 2026. Okay? And they're calling it Restoring America's Promise. And yeah, it's a bit easier to wrap your head around than Project 2025's frankly breathtaking scope. But yeah, the Heritage Foundation and Heritage Action are fighting to restore self-governance so that all Americans can live the good life. Conservatives must set the agenda, earn a mandate for that agenda, and govern accordingly. Over the next 2 years, we will engage in Washington to dismantle the deep state and in the states to restore the family, rebuild American institutions, and restore opportunity for all. We are committed to promoting human flourishing for all Americans and championing the policies that get us there. Heritage will advocate for America to protect its sovereignty, defend its borders, defeat globalism. Again, if you are aware of globalism as a dog whistle in far-right circles, as you definitely should be, this is very troubling, especially considering the last element of the Jewish lists we put together that are being put together by Penn at a judge's order. And today we're casting a vision for 9 of the most important challenges facing America, some familiar and others new. Policymakers must address these challenges to make America stabler, stronger, and safer today and for future generations to come. So number 1, of course, is countering the CCP, fighting China and Chinese influence. Eliminate regulation, inflation, and spending. Again, they just want the budget that Donald Trump is already proposing for 2027. This is not really that different, right? End the border and immigration chaos, which is interesting considering Donald Trump is the president right now. And ensure election integrity. They're trying with the mail-in ballot restrictions and whatnot. Expand education freedom, meaning they want school vouchers for kids that already go to private school. Restore digital sovereignty. Now, what exactly does this mean? American tech companies have been a source of amazing achievements for America, but in recent years, big tech has too often behaved as an enemy of the people, actively undermining American greatness. And let's see here. Heritage Enterprise wants to put power back in the hands of American people by holding big tech accountable, by enforcing antitrust and other laws, and proposing new measures to end its abuses. We will advance laws and regulations that foster competition and cutting-edge innovation. And yes, here we go. Big tech has interfered with our elections, sought to groom and brainwash our children with perverted left-wing ideologies, engaged in anti-competitive behavior that stifles innovation, colluded with authoritarian governments, and sided with woke elites to suppress free speech and disproportionately silence conservatives. Want to remind you guys, all of the data we have available indicates that almost every social media site prioritizes and boosts conservative content rather than left-leaning content. And also, I will say one thing. I would love to see antitrust regulations enforced on big tech. I would love that. But I have a feeling that any kind of antitrust that Heritage Foundation supports is the kind of antitrust that it would be to, like, destroy any kind of, like, even slightly left-leaning aspect of the internet, you know? They want to repeal Section 230. Absolutely. Absolutely they do. All right? put family first, root out the deep state, and unleash American energy. Like, god damn, guys. I think maybe I'll do a deep dive on this particular thing on a new day, but like, fuck, man. I hate the Heritage Foundation. All my homies hate the Heritage Foundation. And last but not least, folks, we need to get organized, because if we don't, billionaires are going to try and get our opponents organized using money. Okay? And Popular Information with Judd Legum, which I recommend to all of you. It's a very good site, right? But they did a story a couple days ago. AI industry taps January 6th operative to run $100 million campaign to boost MAGA candidates. Like, and by the way, this little chud is Taylor Budowich. And yeah, basically AI companies are trying to lobby the US government to keep AI relevant, to keep AI, pumping money from, whether it's from taxpayers or from private investors. And I mean, guys, if you aren't getting organized, there's a guy with $100 million organizing ads and billboards and radio spots and, flashy graphics with $100 million for MAGA all across the country. So if we don't get organized, they're gonna win. Okay? So what I'm gonna ask you guys to do, once again, is get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. All right? We need to be organized so that we can take advantage of any kind of weakness within the Republican Party, within the electorate writ large, within our community. We need to be able to take advantage of Republican weakness and crush them wherever we find them, whether we find them under the guise of MAGA, whether we find them under the guise of third-way centrist Democrats, any conservative-leaning person in our leftist organizing spaces. We need to make sure that we outnumber them. We need to make sure that we are able to crush them politically. Okay? And the best way to do that is if you start showing up now. The best time to do it would have been if you had started showing up, 3 years ago. But the second best time is now. Okay? We need people to show up to your meetings. Show up to your local Democratic meetings. If someone needs help, say yes. Participate. Become known. Vote within these organizations. Because guess what? You can shape which candidates come up and get put on the ballot. You can shape how much organizing is done in your local community to do door knocking, to do phone banking. You can work together with labor unions. You can help unionize different workplaces, too. You can be a solution to different problems in your community. But you need to show up. So join your local Dems and go to the meetings. Join your local DSA and go to the meetings. It is very important that you go to the meetings. If you need help getting started, because I know it can be really daunting, it can be a bit scary, I encourage you, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA, and they can help get you involved in your local organization. They have generously dedicated their time, their expertise. Both have been longtime organizers. They know what they're doing. They can help you, give you tips on how to influence different people in the organization, make the Dems more progressive, make the DSA more effective. And if enough of us get involved, we can change the world. You have agency in this political system. You know, it is, though a flawed democracy, still a democracy. You have agency. And so I encourage you guys to use that agency to make things better, instead of just sitting on it and letting it rot. So if you don't want to join Discord, you can join riverboat.gg over here. GamerG and Dragonfly are often active in the chat throughout the stream. Please consider connecting with them to get involved. We also have chats on the Discord where people can talk about their experiences with DSA and their local Democrats, get advice, etc. And we have some private Signal chats as well. So do reach out, do get involved, and also, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, do the things. Leave a comment longer than 8 words. It really helps in the algorithm. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It's gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is beautiful, elegant, non-tucking lingerie that fits, and it's very sexy. Check it out. And the link should be down in the description, like right down there. So check that out, and let's keep on going. Oof. Is GamerG in Majority Report channel? If you just type !Discord into the chat, you will get a link to the Discord. Whew. The Heritage Foundation reminds me of everything wrong with the super religious conservative upbringing I grew up in. Same. Vet voice Sarah. Same. My God.
Arthropod Jack be like, look at my segments.
Arthropod Jack, my nemesis. Thank you for the $10 Australian. Very much appreciated. God. Such a good joke. Indeed, Max Danger. You done did it. We've been going for over 5 hours. We're almost at 5.5 hours. Button song, please. I can do that. I can oblige. Go, go, go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click There we go. Oof. Okay. PSA, the Iran war has cost $39.5 billion as of right now. Expect $40 billion in the next 12 hours. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. All right, folks. I'm going to hit the old sleepy trail. And I will see you all later today. If I can manage to scrape together my brains. Good night, everybody. Bye. You escaped the Snydering, or not Snydering, Schneidering for today.
chest.
Dude, that was so funny when she said there's a global conspiracy to promote homosexual degeneracy.